Coming to you from the TLD studios in Temecula, California, it's the Whiskey Throttle Show, taking you deep inside the lives of the legends and leaders of our sport. This week's guest is brought to you by Yamaha, the leaders in the power sports industry. Motocross bikes, street bikes, adventure bikes, side-by-sides, quads, boats, generators. Yamaha sets the standard. Yamaha revs your heart. Method Race Wheels, the strongest, lightest, fastest wheels in off-road. Method dominates the off-road market with wheels for your truck, sprinter, Jeep, or UTV. Go to methodracewheels.com/whiskey throttle for 20% off your order. Troy Lee Designs, built for the world's fastest racers. TLD blends elite level protection with industry-leading style and performance. Moto, bike, helmet paint, casual wear, whatever your passion, Troy Lee Designs is waiting for you on the next level. Nihilo Concepts, enhance your riding experience with superior products like the Start-Stop Conversion Kit, Fuel Petcocks, Frame Grip Tape, Lever Grip, Grip Donuts, Secondary On Switch, Billet Foot Pegs, Billet Throttle Housings, and so much more. Nihilo Concepts produces exceptional products, all of which are made right here in America. And by SKDA. SKDA is the ultimate destination for exceptional motocross graphics, customer service, and artistic excellence. Trust them to elevate your ride and showcase your individuality on the track, making every ride an exceptional experience. Hey folks, thanks for tuning in to another Whiskey Throttle Show. Today we've got a really cool guest, a guy I've known for a long time, but who's been around a sport way before I was around, and man, got a lot of history in this industry, and I'm stoked to get to it. Ron Heben, I always call you Slicer. I don't know if you still go by
Slicer is acceptable.
It's still acceptable.
Acceptable, yeah.
Well, Ron, welcome to the show, man. It's been a long time that I've known you, and you, like I said, you've been around since way before I was.
Well, thanks, Ping. I'm excited to be out here because, I don't know why it's taken you so long, for as long as I've been in this industry, to finally welcome me out here. You must be running out of talent.
Well,
right?
I'm looking at guys who are probably going to die soon, and I thought I better get Ron in,
That's good, because, that happens.
Yeah, no.
But, no, I appreciate the opportunity to come out and share some of my history with the industry.
Well, so, obviously we do a lot of riders and mechanics and managers, but and you fit into several different shoes there, but just also people that have good stories. And you've been around and involved directly with so many cool facets of the industry that I'm anxious to talk with you about it. We start every show with the Method Race Wheels front end chatter. You folks who are familiar with that, get over to methodracewheels.com/whiskey throttle. 20% off on anything you buy over there, which is a pretty good deal. We're stoked to have them on board. You've done a lot. You've been a trainer, which I didn't know. That was new to me. Mechanic, team manager, team coordinator. You're now doing like VIP stuff for road racing. What's the hardest job in the motorcycle industry?
I don't think there is a hard job. I mean, they're all challenges, no matter what position you have. I think that as you, as a racer and stuff, you start out riding motorcycles, and you get the passion of riding a motorcycle, and then the only thing that's unfortunate, as you get more and more involved in the industry, if you started out riding motorcycles because you enjoyed it, the more responsibility you have, the less time you find to be able to go out and ride that motorcycle is how you got into this sport, right? So, I've always welcomed challenges, and sometimes it's easy to become complacent, like, I'm good. But different things are presented to you, and, sometimes, obviously, my wife's been really supportive of me in my industry, what I've done in my career, and, talk it over with her and the kids and go, okay, are we ready? Are we ready to make that transition? And she's always like, that's what you want to do, go for it, so that's kind of how we do it.
Yeah, motocross wives are special. They definitely have to be able to, it's kind of like, it prepped my wife to be a fire wife, right? Because I'm gone quite a few days a month, and they have to be able to be self-sufficient, right? Because in moto, you're gone a lot.
Yeah. Well, in the days of box fans, you were gone sometimes a couple months at a time, and the good thing about my wife, Sandy, is that we met each other at Yamaha. And so she's already familiar with the industry in the motorcycle world, right? So she kind of knew it going into it.
But you would say between mechanic, maybe testing technician, team manager, there isn't one that's really much more difficult than the other. They all just have unique challenges.
Yeah, I mean,
I've never been a mechanic, but I mean, those guys, there's pressure on them.
yeah, I mean, I think it's like anything, like you being a fireman, different levels of stress depending on what your challenge is on that given season or that given day, right? And I have always had the mindset is that fire drills are going to happen, no matter whether you're a mechanic or you're a team manager or you're a trainer, no matter what you're doing. But the more you prepare, it minimizes how big that fire drill is.
Yeah.
And so I was really fortunate to work with a lot of great mechanics that were already on board, especially when I started at Yamaha. You know, the guys like Keith McCarty and John Rosenstiel and Jim Felt, just to name a couple, that had already been seasoned mechanics. And so just as I kind of would try to pass down some of the things that helped me prepare for whatever job I was doing, those guys did the same thing too. Yeah. Like, hey, you know, you're just not going to go to the first race and, oh, I need gas, I need this. I mean, checklists are so invaluable no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, all of these positions require some succession planning, right? Like you've got to train the next guy because it was funny, we had Ian Harrison on last week, and he was talking about how Roger, they'll encounter problems with a manufacturing process or something on the bike, and Roger go, oh yeah, we had something like this back in '79 over at da-da-da. When it was, you know, it's like the same problems just keep coming up in different forms, right? And that really experience is the only way you realize you have solutions for them.
Yeah, and I think it comes, a lot of it also is from your work ethics. And in one sense, because I am old, you know, and you got old school procedures and the way you want to do it. And, you know, younger kids today, it's like if I can't do something on my cell phone and I can't text it, you know, I'm not interested. It's like that's not the way it's going to work. And so trying to get them to understand is that some things you just can't cut corners. You know, being a racer yourself, it's like, in order for me to win, not winning the one race, to win a championship, I need to win a lot of races or be consistent, make something good out of something bad, not just give up. And that's the same mindset, is to get this point across, is that you understand is that we go to the first race, you go to Anaheim 1, you win Anaheim 1. All right, we're there.
Yeah, pump the brakes.
You know, the next race may be a completely different element of what we're going to be that we may be introduced to.
Yeah, or vice versa. Yeah, it could start bad, and
exactly.
We've seen it go both ways. Well, that's our Method Race Wheels front end chatter. We appreciate their support. Go over to Method Race Wheels and get that discount, 20% off. And also check out whiskeythrottlemedia.com. We've got all kinds of content over there. We're launching a new off-road segment. If you are folks into dual sporting off-roading, there really has been very little, particularly covering West Coast racing, and we aim to fix that. So check that out. We got new merch, our forum over there, the distillery. So check it out. Our guest is brought to you by Yamaha. So Ron, tell me about where you grew up.
Pig, I grew up in Pennsylvania.
Oh, did you?
That's right.
I thought you were a Southern California guy.
No, Pennsylvania.
Right. On the small corner of the state there.
On the Pacific side, actually, just north of Pittsburgh. But I grew up, you know, just a small little town. We got introduced through my brother riding motorcycle mini bikes, which, you know, there's a lot different mini bikes with a Briggs & Stratton engine than today. Got introduced again. That's, you know, early 70s when motorcycle was just starting to take off. Obviously, the West Coast it is the epic center for motorcycling in the United States, and you know, things would trickle east. In Pennsylvania, we would get these things after, and you know, we lived to get cycle news. I mean, it wasn't like it was an online subscription. You would wait till Tuesday or Wednesday when it would come in the mail or to the dealership. You know, you get there and you read and either see if your name was in the results for a race or what happened in the Nationals, whether it be in Florida or whatever. You know, so racing motorcycles, I was fortunate that when I turned 16 and I was trying to find is I had my original professional license that I got when I was 16 from the AMA.
Really? You still have it?
I can't find it because I'm old, but I have it someplace.
Okay.
But the Suzuki dealership where I was working at, these guys all chipped in. I think it was $100 at that time, and they paid for my license to become a professional racer. Obviously, I was still in school and played different sports in school and stuff, and kind of transitioned, and then started to realize that, if we were ever going to do anything, my one good friend, Jeff Bonacera, and I, we always kind of traveled and raced together. His mom and dad were really instrumental in getting us to the races.
Okay.
We'd go to race the Florida Series, and there I was introduced to, I called my Florida mom and dad. We'd stay at their place. We would race the Florida Series, and we would just get our ass kicked because we didn't have really any sand to ride in Pennsylvania.
Well, what was your first bike? Do you have like a step through Honda? What
I did?
Yeah.
Well, my first bike was a little Indian mini bike, and then I had a Trail 90, and then moved up to a Suzuki Duster 125, and that was a motocross bike for me. And then the Suzuki came out with their TM models, right? The Champion, and then the TM 400 was certainly an interesting bike to ride. And then
that's a polite way to describe it.
Husqvarna's, KTMs, and then really started working at a Yamaha store and started riding when the YZs came out.
Okay.
I forget, early 70s, mid 70s, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So
what did you do as a kid? What other sports did you play?
I was kind of we played every sport. When you're a young kid in those days, when you have seasons like you do back east, is that wintertime you played basketball, springtime you played baseball, football, all those different things. So I, my parents were really supportive of that. My brother played all those same sports. And so, if you have an older brother and he's doing this, he's 4 years older than me, Marty, and we just would, he's doing this, I'm doing that, and I think that and it happens in a lot of sports, is that the younger sibling always can catch on quicker because he's
chasing big brother.
He sees what's happening, and that kind of helped me at racing as well.
You just have the one sibling?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you guys got introduced, did your folks ride, your dad ride, or?
No, my mom and dad are basically blue-collar workers. My dad worked in Westinghouse for 50 years. My mom was a homemaker and traditional royal home family, and
good for you.
So that was okay. But I was probably one of the first persons in our school, in high school. Not only did I do sports and stuff, but I would get off and go work at a Suzuki store, half a day, and established a work program, which was something that was unusual at that point. But that's kind of, and the same thing, kind of how it got me going. And then I'll tell you a little bit later on how I ended up getting myself out to the coast.
So did you, at that time, were you following pro racing? Like you wanted to ultimately get there, or?
Yes and no, because I really didn't, I couldn't do it as a full-time ride everything. I mean, even though you might have been sponsored by the local dealership, we really
travel expenses and all that.
Yeah, we didn't really have the resource to do it full-time. So you worked, and then weekends you raced.
Gotcha. And you were doing just kind of your district stuff?
Yeah, we did.
Pennsylvania.
We did hair scrambles and stuff, and then we would travel to New York, Ohio. Really, in Pennsylvania and West Virginia were the kind of the places that had the premier races, right? And then when there was a local, let's just say a Trans Am or an Inter Am or a national, we would enter those and go and see how we could do.
So you did a little of everything. You ever do like the Blackwater?
No, I never did. My brother did Blackwater. I never did it, but hair scrambles, wintertime was awful fun.
Yeah. So they seem fun. Yeah. And it's a shame, like, out here on the West Coast, off-road is so different, but the East Coast stuff with the trees and big grassy fields, they got some neat places.
Oh, I mean, and there used to be a lot of places to ride. I mean, no different than out here. You just go out of your house and go ride. And I think that was part of the enjoyment. It wasn't like you had to load up your truck and go away.
Yeah, that's a bummer. And that's just urban sprawl, right? I mean, it's going to happen. It's happening everywhere, but right here in Temecula, I mean, all of these hills around here that are now covered in houses, we used to be able to just take off and go ride. So Something the younger generation will never understand. So who were kind of your moto heroes when you were a kid? And...
Well, when I was, obviously, I think that at that age, Roger DeCoster, was just an amazing person, not only what he could do on the racetrack, but just how he handled himself off the racetrack. I remember, I couldn't find this one, Ping, but in 1974, we went to Coketown, Ontario, which was a Trans Am.
Okay.
And amazing track, amazing natural terrain track, like Unadilla used to be, right?
Okay.
And the Suzuki factory team was there, and Roger was there, got his autograph. That's actually where I met my really good friend Marty Tripes was at that race. We were racing they had a 500 support class, so we were racing a 500 support class, and we were on one side of the hill, and all the factory teams were on the other, and that's when Yamaha, the Jones brothers, was the Yamaha factory racing team.
Okay.
So that's when Marty was part of that program, but he was racing against, all the top Europeans that came over.
Roger was so stoic, still is, like he just doesn't, he could be upset or happy, and his demeanor doesn't change more than a percentage or two, right?
I think that's where he's so unique, he just can handle himself, and that's where you're talking about preparing for a fire drill or something like that. He's like 2 or 3 steps ahead of you, and that's why he was so good on the racetrack.
And he seems like, in that same vein, he doesn't let his emotions ever control him, right? Like he always is able to just think it through and make kind of logical next steps, right? Whether that's in a race or solving a problem with the bike or whatever. But it's a lot easier to say than to do. Somebody smashes into you or chops you off and you want to just get like mad and go after him. And I just picture him going, okay. And then logically thinking through like, what's the smartest thing to do?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And I think that sometimes, when they're in those days, they race 40 minutes plus 2 laps, right? And so some of that is that if you get yourself too excited or too worked up too quick, you're going to use all your energy, where it's like if it's somewhat earlier in the race, I still got 30 minutes. There's still a lot of time for me to do what I need to do and accomplish what I've set out to do.
Yeah, interesting. Any of those, who did you grow up riding with, and did any of those guys continue on and stay in the sport?
No, not really. I mean, when I first started out, there was some iconic guys that race, and not too many people are going to know it, but like Jay Gauns was a CZ guy, one of the first factory CZ guys that actually raced in New Philadelphia, Ohio, which was one of the very first Inter-Ams when all the Europeans came on. He was one of the icon Americans, right?
Okay.
Another guy, Greg Davis, who we grew up with, a guy that was a couple years older than us that we looked up to because he had already got into some professional races. And then obviously my good friend I went to the races a lot with, Jeff Bonacero. We were almost like weekend warriors.
Gotcha.
We did it, but we really didn't have the means to commit ourselves to doing it full time.
Was like Savinsky and Tony D, would that have been that era too?
Yeah, it was, but they were on the east side, so John Ayers, I think a lot of people know John Ayers. John Ayers was a really good hair scramble racer and decided he wanted to start racing motocross, and he raced Husqvarnas, and I think he ended up riding Yamahas because he kind of met Bob Hanna and John Savinsky and Bevo and those guys, and he had a great career. But to say that we had a Marty Tripes or a Roger DeCoster or a guy right in our backyard, we did.
Okay, gotcha. Well, that's interesting. If someone else came from New Philly, and not just Brock Sellards.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm sorry. He raced at New Philly.
Oh, raced New Philly. He wasn't from there.
Not where Brock's from.
So there was a Trans Am in New Philly, though?
Inter-Am.
An Inter-Am.
Inter-Am. This is probably like 1968, something like that. Were you born? Were you around?
No.
No. Okay.
Not quite. Not quite. Okay, so how did you get connected with Marty Tripes? You said he was your buddy. Like, did you know him from kind of hitting some of the races, or?
No, we were.
This was a part of your career I did not know. You were Marty Tripes trainer, and I'm going.
That's right.
Wait, what?
That's right. Marty Tripes trainer. People,
they
chuckle. I thought you have to.
Easiest job in the world.
Yeah.
You just go, hey, do more. All right, you're not going to do it? Okay.
We were at that Copetown race in October, late in the year, and all of a sudden, and we had stopped in New York, and we had bought some fireworks, and all of a sudden, someone shoots a bottle rocket. Like, we were this big valley, right? Gentlemen, bottle rockets coming over, kind of toward us. I'm like, oh, that's something. We have bottle rockets too. So we go. So we're doing this for on and on for a while, shooting bottle rockets at each other, just not really getting.
And you don't even know who it is?
I have no idea.
Okay.
So we're like, hey, well, let's meet down at the bottom, right? Okay, we got down. And here it is. It's Marty, right?
And you know who he is.
We know who he is. He has no idea who we are other than people throwing shooting bottle rockets at him, right? So anyway, we meet, and he becomes good friends with Mr. and Mrs. Bonacera and us, and all the local races that we would go to. He'd either come over to our place and he would stay, hang out for a few days. And he always used to say, Heeben, you need to come to California. If you want to keep riding, you need to come to California, right? So put it off, and then finally I decided, it's like, okay, if I'm ever going to extend my career, because if I wanted a career in the motorcycle industry, whether racing or in the industry, I felt that I needed to move to California. So one December, I just loaded up my van with everything I had and headed out. And then I was in Yuma, Arizona, and I called him at a truck stop getting gas. I said, hey, Marty, how you doing? He's like, oh, cool. What's up? Like, I'm just stopped. And he's like, when you coming out? And I was like, well, how far is it from Yuma to your house? And he's like, oh, it's like 4 or 5 hours for us. I said, okay, I'll see you then in like 4 or 5 hours. And he's like, what? I go, you told me to come out. He's like, well, you could have like communicated this, ahead of time. So anyway, he came out and welcomed me in. And so he was riding Hondas at that time.
Okay. This would have been in
1979.
Okay.
Right. So Marty's riding Hondas. I didn't have a bike. He had, Honda. He was a factory rider for Honda. So he had a boatload of stuff in his garage. So he's like, hey, I need somebody to ride with. And I could ride. I wasn't as good as Marty, but I could still keep him honest, right, on the racetrack. So he's like, hey, do this. And he goes, why don't you just help me get ready for the season? You can be my trainer, And you got to remember, Marty's, he's not like, he's not the littlest guy, right? So I said, okay. And I was like, that's good for me, I'd pay my way, just keep me my room and board. I'm good with that.
Sure.
So anyway, I started doing all that stuff, and we started training, and Marty was on one of his many comebacks again, right? So we would ride, and we played racquetball quite a bit and did different things. And it was always kind of interesting. One of my funniest things with him is that, he was like, I got to lose weight. And he was like 200 pounds, 185 pounds.
Which his frame, what would have been a good weight for him?
Yeah, what?
160?
No. I mean,
oh, no?
Marty's a solid guy.
Yeah.
He's like, you're not going to get him down to be like a road racer or something.
Right.
Or, or like these guys today that are no body.
Horse jockey. Right. Yeah.
So we used to work with John and Rita Gregory from JT, right?
Yep.
So Marty's always like, I can't lose any weight. And he's wearing like size 36 pants. So I had him one time take his leathers, his pants, right, and put 34 labels in them, right? And we go to the race, and he's like, God, these are cut. I go, yeah. He goes, what size are these? I go, Marty, they're 34s. He's like, no way. It's like,
he was so happy.
He's so pumped. I mean, he's eating donuts and training and doing whatever he wants to do. And he's like, I'm down to a 34 weight.
Was he really doing much off the bike? I heard he didn't like to do much work off.
No, he wasn't.
He would ride a lot, right? Is that what I heard?
Well, yeah. I mean, you never saw a guy wear out a pair of boots faster than Marty, because his style was riding on the pegs.
Yeah.
I mean, in that time, the Alpine Stars or whatever boots they were wearing just didn't have the technologies that they have today. But he would wear out a pair of boots in, one weekend, basically, the soles.
Jeez. So,
but natural ability, God, that guy he's phenomenal.
Everybody said, even Hannah said he was a guy, Marty Tripes was a guy like, if he wanted to beat Bob, he could do it.
Yeah.
He was one of those guys.
Well, he was an interesting guy. I mean, he got mad at Honda because something about the frame, or he wasn't happy with management. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, if I win, it makes Honda look good, because I'm not winning because they're not doing what I want them to do, right? But then he decided he wanted to buy some property up in Hamul. Hamul. And they went to the bank, and they're like, well, you need a $5,000 or $10,000 deposit to do this. And he's like, all right, I'll bring back Monday. Oh. And I'm like, how are you going to do that? We go to Red Bud. I get my bonus. I'm going to win both motos. Do it. And he would do it. That's like mind over matter, that he was that good. When he put his mind to it, he could do it.
And so I asked Marty this when he came on the show. I said, well, if you were capable of that, because I've heard story after story of that type of thing.
Yeah.
Right? When he decided he was doing it, he could do it. I'm like, why didn't you do it every weekend? You could have been, he just kind of like, I don't know.
Well, unfortunately, Marty was such a good giving guy, and this happens in our sport a lot, is sometimes your best friend is your worst enemy.
Mm.
Because, I've seen this happen so many times that they're paying a guy to be a trainer, and he's kind of his buddy. So Ping, we need to go do this today if I'm your trainer. And you're like, hey, Slice, I don't want to do that. Let's go to the mall. I'm going to buy a pair of shoes. And you're like, well, wait a second. You're paying me. If I say no, I don't have a job.
Yeah, right.
We're going to the mall.
Yeah.
With those shoes, right?
You know what? You're right. We'll walk the stairs at the mall. It'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happened. But like I say, Marty was, and I think, like you say, Bob, there's guys that he feared. He knew that if Marty really just pulled the stops out on that given day, he could give him everything he's got.
Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. So yeah, I heard you were training Marty Tripes, and I had to giggle. I'm like, well, that's a tough job.
Yeah, it was something. He was, but the guy, it's like any athlete, I think. They can be good at anything. If he we played racquetball, or we played golf, or whatever we did, if he put his mind to it,
he could do it. Yeah. I think there's something, I say this all the time, people are probably sick of me hearing it, but just like you said, you played all these different sports as a kid. I grew up in Montana. It was the same. During the winter, you couldn't do anything outside. It's okay, it's basketball season. I was on the swim team. We did karate, whatever you could do inside. And then we'd snow skied. And then in the summer, soccer, football, I didn't do baseball for whatever reason, but BMX, motocross. And I think that helps round you out into a better all-around athlete, right?
I agree. I mean, I think today's world is that, I hear it all right with some of my neighbors now. They're playing baseball. We had the same situation with my son, Danny. It's like, we got caught up into this. Is like, we're playing spring ball baseball, and then we're summer ball, and then it's travel ball. And it's like, and then they get to school, and, it's like all sports condition you for everything, right?
Yeah.
But they're like, they want to be so specific. But if you're really good, you can play all those sports.
Yeah.
They all contribute to whatever your main objective is.
Yeah, I think you have kids burning out too quickly. And this applies to motocross as well. I mean, what are they, 6th, 7th, 8th grade? They're pulling out of school and going and staying at these training camps.
Right.
Not that there's anything wrong with those places, but man, to say I'm not going to do any other sports but this at age 12 or 10 or whatever it is, man, not only are you taking a big gamble that one thing's going to work, because it is a huge gamble, but like, man, you're kind of cheating your kid out of a bunch of other experiences and things.
Sometimes who's driving it? It's sometimes they get around, and the parents are sometimes pushing the agenda, or sometimes the kid itself he sees other people doing this, and so that's what I got to do. If I go play basketball in this fall, it's going to take away from me playing baseball because these other guys are all playing in a travel ball, or vice versa, whatever it may be, right?
Yeah.
And I just think that you see some of the, multi-talented athletes that have played multiple professional sports. If you look at when they were growing up, they were good at everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's another story for another time, but I think there's something there. So the following year, you moved into a technician position with Yamaha, and you were there 80 and 81, working with guys like RJ, Bruce Ogilvy, who pretty heavy off-road guy out here, part of that program. He was a big name out here for a long time.
Yeah.
A little before my time, but I hear his name all the time come up. Chuck Miller, who was a longtime Honda guy, but also a really good racer, Larry Rosler. What was your role there? And, if you're working kind of as a mechanic, had you done a lot of mechanic stuff before? Did you just sort of step in green and they're like, hey, we'll train you?
Well, pretty much. I mean, it'll go back to Marty Tripes. I was working at a dealership in San Diego, and this guy, Bill Bell, called me, right? And he goes, hey, we're starting at Yamaha in 1980. This was in the fall of 79. He's like, hey, we're starting an off-road program. And I was talking to Marty Tripes, and he says that you're really, you'd be a good candidate to talk about a position there. And I'm like, okay. And understand, you got to know Marty. He's always screwing with you. So I had no idea who Bill Bell was at that point, right? So I'm going, I just figures Marty just had someone call me just to screw with me, So I'm like, oh yeah, Bill, hey, I'm your guy, And waiting for at the end of the conversation, he'll go, hey, just let you know, Marty wanted me to screw with you, and that's it, right? So we got all done a conversation. He says, hey, when can you come up to Yamaha for an interview? And I'm like, oh, I'll be there Monday morning. You tell me when. Get all done. And I'm like, I really I called Marty, and I'm like, hey, what are you doing? And he's like, no, that's for sure. That's real. I'm like, oh, crap. So I call back to Yamaha, and I get a hold of Bill Bell, and I go, hey, I need to apologize right off the bat, because I thought Tripes was pulling one on me, and I didn't know if you were a real person or not, so I am interested in this position for sure. So I came up there, and I interviewed, and Yamaha was starting an off-road program, which was two disciplines: off-road East Coast, ISDE, Natural Enduros, and then Baja and desert racing, right?
Yep.
So Bob Oliver, who I worked with for a number of years at Yamaha, he had just started the week before me, and then I was hired to be desert mechanic. Larry Rosler, Jack Johnson, and we had an entourage of riders, and they also, when there was non-conflicting events, Bob and I would always work together. I'd either be doing enduros or he would be doing Baja and stuff like that. And Bill Bell was the department manager at that time. So interesting is that I had worked on bikes, and I really wasn't like a noted mechanic, like, some of those guys I spoke about earlier, but I knew my way around a motorcycle and stuff. And so what was kind of interesting is that I'm from Pennsylvania. We don't have a desert in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, right.
We don't really do. So I'm like, okay, Bill, what do you want me to do? He goes, well, our first race is the Parker 400. I said, one, where's Parker? Two, like, what am I going to do, right?
Yeah.
So he goes, well, your main primary rider is Larry Rosler. Fortunately, Larry Rosler, phenomenal racer, phenomenal guy to understand. And I called him up, we met, and I said, hey, I've never even been in the desert, I don't really know. He's like,
Larry, I don't want to bum you out, but I'm not a real good mechanic. I've never even been to a desert, but I'm your guy for this event.
So looking forward to this is going to be great. This is a good way to start. So LR's like, well, the only way we're going to do this is that you need to come up and we'll go riding in Lucerne Valley. Right?
Yeah.
So I said, okay. First thing he taught me is like, don't run over that tumbleweed or that piece of grass, because more likely there's a rock behind it.
Yep.
And you're going to be on your head, right? So I said, okay. So anyway, we had a great, for 2 years there, I did that stuff. And I mean, Yamaha dominated. At that point, Husqvarna was the bike of choice in the desert and all the score races and things like that. And Larry, again, kind of like Roger in a way. I mean, so just thinking about things, and could MacGyver, I mean, part of a long desert race, any race is finishing the race, but if you're out there in the middle of a Thule someplace and something happens, you're the guy on a bike, your mechanic's back at a pit someplace, you got to MacGyver this thing to get it back. And that's how good Larry was, right? And we had just a great program. And so we did that the first year. And
I don't remember him riding for Yamaha. I just always picture him on Cowies.
2 years. Oh, that was after. That was post. That was afterward. But Larry went from, I think he went from riding Harley Davidson Bajas, the Baja 100 they had, and then he was a Husqvarna factory guy. Factory, I said that's just what they had at that point, right? They weren't really factory bikes. And then came to Yamaha, and we rode, basically we started with a YZ 465 at that time, or 490, whatever it is. And we converted them into Baja bike.
Air-cooled still at the time, right?
All air-cooled, yeah.
Was it a decent bike for that?
Oh, it was awesome.
Just a bike?
It was, it was faster. The Husqvarnas were good, but they had their limitations, and I remember at the, I think it's Diablo Dry Lake or something, somebody radared LR and he did like 118 miles an hour. It's like a 5-7 mile dry lake, you think about it. So and as we learned, we got really creative. The biggest thing on a desert bike is that you're holding the bike wide open for that long. When you go to shut off, they used to seize, because all of a sudden when you go like that, there's no fuel. So we could get to the road racing stuff, and the TZ 250s and stuff had a little thumb throttle, or not a little thumb choke.
Yeah.
So we would take that and convert it and make a choke out of it. So when they'd go to shut off, they would just keep hitting that little choke button and riching it up, and that kind of helped us.
You don't want to seize at 118 when you roll off the throttle.
Well, you better make sure you grab that clutch.
Yeah.
Right. But anyway, it was certainly a learning curve on all that stuff. And so I did that for 2 years. And then we went, part of the thing, Larry would ride Enduros as well. And so he was good, but same thing, didn't really have that much experience riding through woods that are, this wide.
So were you guys in a box van at the time?
Yeah,
And
we had a box van.
yeah.
And him and I would go, like, he was happy to go on the road. And, part of the things that we enjoyed while we were on the road was we played golf.
Okay.
So we would be driving and we would see a golf course someplace and we'd say, well, we can drive at night, but we can't play golf at night. So we'd stop and play golf and do all of that stuff. And
now, the box fan days were special. I didn't realize that till they were all gone. But the couple of years I traveled around in a van, it is more work, right? Like, you're gone a lot more. But like, as a younger guy, how fun was that, having that freedom?
Oh, the best part was you kind of built your own box fan to your own likings, right? Some of the guys would build just unbelievable, speaker systems, stereo systems in them. Some people in the back, there was just perfect. And, there was no really, in that era, there was no Yamaha. I think we had 7 of them. There was never 2 identical.
Right.
Some guys like this, some guys like that. And our bosses, whether it was Bill Bell or Kenny Clark or whoever it was, at that time, it's like they didn't really care or have time. Just so you had all your equipment.
Yeah.
And you were at this location by that day, all good.
Yeah.
So, and we traveled.
But how nice too, being able to go, like, if you were like, hey, there's a really cool place to ride in Kentucky. Let's swing through there. We'll ride there a couple of days. You really had complete freedom. Like you said, as long as you were at the event, you had to be too by this time. What you did between here and there, you're
right. Well, the other thing is that, there was no laptops or GPSs. You had a Rad McNally.
Yeah.
And you're driving and you're like, that looks like a good place. Let's stop there. Right.
Yeah.
And so, and we all, a lot of time when we got going, didn't matter what team, we all traveled together, because the other thing, as good as those box vans was, as far as being enjoyable and independent, they weren't that dependable.
No.
And so for the most part, through 5 or 6 of us, everyone would carry different parts, so that when we did break down, no matter what,
had something,
you learn to fix it.
So did you learn quite a bit? Like, who was kind of coaching you on the mechanics stuff? Or was that just sort of...
You kind of just learn...
Trial by fire.
Right.
Yeah.
It is. Like I say, you learn by mistakes, and you learn by, other guys you worked with. It's like, collectively, you might be taking care of one individual rider, and that's your responsibility, but it's still a team effort that...
Yeah.
no matter where I worked, if I had a problem or something, I couldn't understand how that worked, then someone was there that had already experienced that issue, could kind of help you get through it.
Gotcha. Did you realize at the time, like, who you were working for? I mean, was Rosler, I mean, he's an off-road icon now, but at the time, did you kind of realize who he was?
Yeah, I knew. I mean, it quickly find out when you go to the first, Baja race that Larry Rosler is an icon, and, today's, he's got over, I think, 10 Baja 1000 wins. And, fortunately, when I was there, we won a couple of them and with him. But I guess that's what's, I guess I look at over my whole career, all the different people I got to work with, on the other side of the fence, they think that individual is really special, and I'm really been fortunate to work with that special guy that's so unique and is so talented and has earned the right to be a factory rider. And now it's my responsibility, or as a team manager, to allow him to continue to succeed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, as we continue on, this is a theme. I mean, you work with some legendary guys, myself included,
Well, are number one of my
but man, I mean, it's
except when you're biked. Except
Are we going to talk about that?
I hope you don't bring it up.
Well, I mean, you also at Yamaha, RJ was there at that time.
Yeah.
This was before his championship. So
yeah,
he was a stud.
I was Ricky's first mechanic.
Oh, is that right?
That first and last. That's not, I don't know if that's good or bad, but I was his first mechanic and his last mechanic. So at Yamaha, we did the Mint 400, and LR crashed, broke his collarbone. So I came back and I go give my report. In that point, the second year I was on my own. Bill Bell moved into the Yamaha competition support department.
Okay.
So I was just the off-road guy, right? That was just me.
And Bill Bell, that's Mike's dad,
Mike's
right?
dad,
yeah. Okay.
Right, exactly. And he had a huge career as a Honda guy over at Honda dealer in Long Beach, I believe. But anyway, came to Yamaha for a number of years. But I came back from the Mint 400, came back in. Kenny Clark was my boss back then again. And he's just kind of giving him a report. And he's like, okay. And I said, LR's going to be out for probably 4 or 5 weeks. He's like, okay. So later on that afternoon, Kenny come back, goes, Heeben, take all the desert stuff out of your truck. We got this new hot shoe who thinks he's a superstar. Put 125 stuff in your truck and go down tomorrow and pick up Ricky Johnson. He lives in El Cajon. And so I said, I never even heard of him.
You'd never heard of him? Okay.
So my wife, Sandy, not wife at that time, but Sandy was working at competition support. So it's just like any support program, she's in communication a lot with the parents, right?
Okay.
So I said, hey, Sandy, I got to go pick up this kid, Ricky Johnson, tomorrow. He lives in El Cajon, and I'm going to take him on the road for like 3 or 4 weeks. I don't know his parents. He don't know me. Can you kind of break the ice and just tell them I'm like a legitimate person, right?
Yeah.
She said, yeah, okay. So I go down there, introduce myself to the Johnsons, and Ricky, he had one bike, and I had jabbing up parts for another bike. And we drove cross country. And his first professional motocross race was at Road Atlanta, where I was just at Road Atlanta last weekend for a road race, right? But they used to do motocross races there, right? So RJ and us, and so Ricky's, 16. We're out in the middle of nowhere, and I'm like, Ricky, we race at 1 o'clock. He's like, yeah, I know. I go, well, we need to train right at 1 o'clock. He's like, okay, I'm ready. He's all at the center.
Yeah.
So we're out in the middle of nowhere, and I just had him get out of the box van, and he's like, what are you doing? I go, you're going to run. You're going to run for an hour. I'm just going to be down the road, and I'll meet you, right? It's just out in flat roads. You know how it is back in the desert, just as long as you can see. He's like, okay, well, you're older than me. You should know what's going on. I guess that's what I'll do. Puts his shoes on. He's running. He's just running. Right. He starts to get close, and I just start creeping forward, and he's like, hey. I go, Ricky, it's 48 minutes plus 2 laps. We got to go. We got to go. We just had a great time. And then we went from there. We went to Mid-Ohio for a 125 Grand Prix, right?
Okay.
And then, I don't know, I think that was about all we did, the way the season was. And I brought him back. And then, obviously, the following year, he came on board, as a factory guy and did all the things he did so well.
Yeah. That's funny. But Kenny said, "Oh, there's this kid that thinks he's hot shit."
Oh yeah. Well, Kenny Clark was a unique boss. He was a great boss, but I mean, he, even if it was Kenny Roberts or Bob Hanna, he really wouldn't give them the accolades that they deserved. But yeah.
That's funny. What was the vibe at Yamaha back then? I mean, this was sort of the Japanese were just starting to sort of take over from, like you said, Husqvarna and some of these other brands. Did they really was there a strong drive to be competitive in motocross and off-road out here?
It was so interesting because after 2 years of doing the desert stuff in the 6 days, we got done at the end of the year and the Nationals was over. We basically we just dropped that whole program, and I was, at that point, I was kind of having a hard time understanding. Here we are, we came in 1 year, we dominated, and second year we dominated again. We're right here at the top of the top level and on off-road, and now we're just walking away, right? And it's like, it was that mindset is like, well, we went in, we conquered, we did what we needed to do, we're done with it. And the other is that maybe motorcycle sales were really, really good in the early 80s anyway. And so I think at that point, motocross was growing and growing. Supercross was getting more popular. Is that let's add, and that's essentially what they ended up doing, is that our whole off-road program kind of went away. LR still got some bikes to do what he wanted to do for the next couple of years before he ended up going to Kawasaki. But they expanded our motocross. So
those dollars shifted over to moto.
Yeah, you had a huge Yamaha's competition support program was massive, and they're just starting to compete with Kawasaki, and every manufacturer's had a grassroots program. So Yamaha just moved everything over into motocross, supercross.
Gotcha. So the following years, so 82 through 89, you were at Yamaha, but as a full-time factory mechanic, right? And this list of riders: Mike Bell, Warren Reed, Cantaloupe, Bowen, Leask, and Mickey Dymond. I remember you as Mickey's mechanic. Were you with him a long time during that window?
No, 1 year.
Is that it?
Well, it sounds like it's like in a lifetime, but it was 1 year.
It was a long year.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So who were you with? All of those guys?
Yeah.
Oh.
I started. I mean, I after that second year in 80, at the end of 81, we had our sit-down meeting with Kenny Clark, and he would just go, okay, Rosensteel, you're with Glover, McCarty, you're with Lachine, and Osterman, Dave Osterman was Mike's mechanic, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, and Heeben, you're with Bell. And I'm like, huh? Osterman's with, Dave's with Bell. And I was just like, I'm this guy, and so anyway, you didn't really argue with Kenny. I mean, this is how it was, right?
Okay.
And Bevo was with Cantaloupe, and it just all sorted out, right? So
there was no really conversation about like, hey, well, I really like working with this guy, or what's
at that point.
It was Kenny just going boom.
Yeah, unless the riders dictated what happened, really, right? So, and the only thing I could maybe sense is that prior to our team meeting, Kenny had discussions with.
Okay.
At that point, you had 3 premier riders, right? And actually, Bob was there. I'm sorry, Bob was with Keith, and John R. was with Brock, and so at that point, Mike, Brock, and Bob were the 3 premier. I'm sure he might have had a conversation with them. I don't know, but yeah. I was like, okay, now I'm not going to be working on a production bike. I'm going to be working on a factory OW, and now I'm starting to question, it's like, am I really qualified for that?
So what we've already talked about, you kind of drove out here on a whim, met up with Marty. Now all of a sudden you're working at Yamaha. Within this very short time, you're not really a good mechanic.
Hey, wait a second.
Well, I mean,
It had good results. We never had a DNF in Baja.
well, I mean, you're not trained, right? Like you're just sort of learning as you go.
Trained by the seat of the pants. How did you learn how to ride a motorcycle?
Slowly over years, like you just got thrown right into the deep end. I mean, you obviously you made it work, but like, were you not going, man, I'm with Mike Bell because he won the Supercross title in '80, right?
He had won it in '80, and in '81 I don't know. Well, I got it at '82. I became his mechanic. In '81, he won the championship. So
that's what I'm saying. You're working for the Supercross champ all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was like, okay, got to make this challenge.
Yeah,
expect a challenge that keep your fingers crossed. But interestingly, because when you now come into that as you're working on a factory bike. At those days, you were a jack of all trades, master of none. We do early testing with Oleans or KYB, and they would leave with a box of shims, springs, and that. And after that, you were on your own doing all your suspension.
Yeah,
you were on your own doing all your cylinder work. You were on your own for everything, right?
Yeah, that's something. And talk a little bit about that. I hate to say the guys are spoiled now, but it's just a different world. There's somebody that handles all the electronics. Dunlop changes all the tires. There's a suspension guy that handles just the suspension. There's a guy building the engines back at the shop. Like if you're a mechanic, you don't touch the motor.
Yeah.
It gets handed to you and go, okay, put this in.
Yeah, the infrastructure's, and I think maybe the stakes are higher now.
Sure.
I mean, everything's relevant to the time.
Yeah.
Right. But when you left with your box van, you were gone for 5 races. You needed to make sure you had enough parts in there to cover you for 5 races. You weren't going to call up on Monday and go, oh, hey, I need a fender and this and that.
Yeah, I remember we would break down 1 or 2 bikes into just parts. They'd get put in boxes and stuffed in the rig. That way you knew you had two of everything to build a complete bike.
Yeah, no, so it's you certainly learned, and the other is that all along by keeping information and data, at that point, we didn't have a laptop or computer, so everything was handwritten, but you'd have a tech sheet, right?
Yeah.
And see, okay, well, at Mount Morris, this is the gearing we had, this is the conditions we had. You had to have some sort of a starting point.
Yeah.
And so the more organized you were, the kind of better off you were when you went to that, or you saw those same similar conditions. You can go, oh, you know what? We had wet mud at this place. We adjusted the gearing this way or that way. Some things just common sense in a way, but it just helps you. And the other is that as a rider you were, if I came to you and say, hey, Bing, we're going to go dip, up, change all these things, and you're going, oh, but if hey, Ping, remember at this event, we went this route, already in your mind is helping to gain the confidence that so on the first lap, you can be a racer and not trying to figure out what the hell you got.
Yeah, right.
And so that's kind of the mindset, right, that we had. And we, again, I mean, they're the people around. And then later on, as we got there, John R. took a liking, or maybe just decided someone needed to do it, but start taking control over all the suspension stuff. And so I think that what's happened is that when you have one individual just doing all the different things you spoke about, there's a history that what's going on. So well, I don't need a 20 shim, I need a 10 shim, or this engine, we know that this is a potential problem. If you're just one person, you may not recognize that. But all of a sudden you see this is out of line on 3 or 4 engines or something, you start, oh, we got to keep an eye on it, right? So that's
specialization, right? That's a key tenet to any successful business, right? You put someone in charge and, hey, be really good at this one thing. We'll put someone else to be really good at this one thing. So, I mean, it's a natural progression.
Right.
But, man, you guys, you were driving, you were shopping, you were cleaning the rig, you're, doing everything on the bike.
Yeah,
you're the sports psychologist. You're the trainer. Hey, get out and run.
Yeah, and now you got transporters with 500 gallons of water on it, right? We had to build our own little pressure washer system with a 30-gallon tank, and that had to last practice first moto, second moto, right? And that's the way it was. But it was no difference for everybody had box fans.
So I gotta think that you're this was at a time when Yamaha was pretty powerful. I think right before Honda really started to make their push, like 82, 3, 4, 5, into the 90s. But did you not ever look around and go, oh, man, there's Brock Glover and Bob Hanna, and I'm working for Mike Bell. This is, you're in some pretty...
I think I think you look at it as that's now part of your team, right? I guess that for me, like some of my buddies and stuff from back home in Pennsylvania, they're like, man, Heben's like working for the factory Yamaha team. That he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. I mean, that's what they probably said, because they see me work on bikes. But, that's the challenge, and it's in some of the stuff I brought for you to look at later on is that I think one of the coolest things I always could appreciate was that when you're down on the starting line, or no matter for an outdoor national, no matter what, and you look around and you see all these people, that have come to see entertainment and racers do their best, and you're kind of part of that guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
One of the best feelings I ever had to understand that, how cool it was Mike Bell. We raced 1982, the LA Coliseum Super Bowl motocross, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there were like 80,000 people there. And we had been struggling. The HRC Hondas were liquid cooled. So were the Kawasaki's, and we had our air cooled bikes. And, our company decided to come up with these new graphics that was going to push us over the hill, So it's like, okay. So we had these graphics, and we rode press day on Friday or whatever, and then we went back to the shop and we put all this graphics on.
What was it? Was it like...
my bike had black and yellow, and then when the lights would hit it the black would shine up red. And then John R's bike for Brock was black and yellow, but when the lights would hit it, the black would shine up silver, right?
Okay.
So we're getting beat regularly by these guys, right? And we show up, and Brock and Mike and I forget who else. Who else was our rider? Maybe just those two. And they're like, "Oh, this is the coolest thing, right?" And you're like,
just hyped on the graphics.
This is not really. It's the same motorcycle that we're getting beat week in and week out, right? And we went, and those guys rode like they've never rode before, and ended up. Mike won the race, won the Super Bowl motocross, and got all done. He came around, and the mechanics there used to be this. I mean, it was just long straightaway with whoops, and he went out to the peristyle and all that stuff. But picked me up, and rode me back up to the peristyle, which unbelievable. It was like an outdoor national, how bumpy down up the hill was. I remember that. But when he's riding me up on the back of the bike, you look around, you see all these people. You're like, this is really special. And having Mike win that race was just quickly, you realize it's like I'm in a unique group.
Yeah.
To have that happen.
Yeah, it's really, and you're part of it, man. I mean, as a racer, your mechanic is your wingman,
Yeah.
And you rely on them for a lot,
On those days, there was, because there really wasn't. Now you see, they get down with practice. There's the electronics guy. There's this guy. There's that guy. He's got to talk to 5 different people. At that point, in a box van, Mike would just come to that box van, and the two of him and I, right? Yeah. And sometimes you'd have an engineer or somebody, if it was visiting, would want to hear something about the bike or something. But for that punch, that was it. Wife or girlfriend there too.
Yeah. So tell me about your time with Mickey, and what year was that?
Mickey Dymond.
Night. And why does it seem like you were with him for so long? Why does that stick with me?
Well, real quickly, I mean, Mike got injured. He retired. And then I got the newest, hottest kid on the block was Keith Bowen. And Keith, phenomenal rider, just didn't have much discipline. And then Jeff Leese came in from Australia.
Yeah.
And then that following year, Mickey came on board. And Mickey had just come off a Honda, was really successful. And we were still in a sense, trying to find our way with the Yamaha, because the Hondas were really good. They had HRC support, and they had, they had a number of good riders that essentially were all Yamaha guys who left, right? Ricky, Stanton, Bob, and Lachine all jumped on the Honda bandwagon. And so Mickey came over, and it was really the first time our test track was at De Anza, quite a drive out from Cyprus. But the first time we were out there, Brock was out there, and I think Dymond was riding a 125 at that point. But Mickey got on that 250, where up until that point, everyone saying, you can't do that, won't do that. Mickey got on that bike, and he did things that, we were like, this is unreal.
Oh, yeah.
And he, again, such a natural talent, the jumping and the things that he was doing. So we were really refreshed and motivated. But it just didn't really work out. I mean, he was good, but not, and I want to say focus was a little bit of an issue. Mickey used to have a lot of distractions.
Yeah.
From other industry people to, lizards and alligators and who knows what. I mean, but
well, he was super interesting. One, he looked, and I think, am I right on this? Did you make the number 6 for that bike?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
the cool number 6 that, when I think of Mickey Dymond, I think of that Yamaha, the black and was it red or pink?
He wore pink
answer gear. Yeah, just looked cool, long hair, and that number 6 was just like a fat, cool font. And if I remember the story right, you designed that and cut it out.
Yeah. Well, what happened was, I mean, single digit at that time you had, I forget who it was, but this, you had a 10.5-inch number plate. And you had that was a number.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't see where you're at coming into the first turn or whatever, right? Or out on the track. So Yamaha didn't really have an issue with it. So I decided to make a number that, and the AMA had an issue with it at first, but they're like, when you explain it, this is more a visible thing so we can identify where this guy's at. So we made it, and, I did that for him. And I had done the one for Keith Bowen too, a big number 9 that afterward that started to get popular for the single digit guys. Right. Yeah. But yeah, it was it was the same every week, you were cutting out a number 6 and put it on there, but I could certainly tell where he was at. Right?
It was cool looking. Yeah, it was really cool looking. And there was some of that going on too. I want to say the number that Rick used at Anaheim 86, that was cut out too. And he was getting some static from the AMA about it. In fact, they made him change it. Remember, it was like, it was a 5. But
number 5. I remember.
It had like little, scrolly things on it. And they only let him race it that one time because they said it was maybe out of what their rules were. Yeah. And he could be penalized, or, somebody could protest it. Yeah. So they're like, all right, we better go back. Anyway, tell me your favorite Mickey story. Because I know he was buddies with the Motley Crue guys.
Yeah,
he was like a poet. He'd be writing poetry. I mean, he was definitely
This is one of the things. I mean, this guy Don Dudak, who was worked in testing at Yamaha. He kept a whole diary of the issues of Mickey week in and week out. I mean, he'd come in and go, "Hey, Slice, what happened?" And I used to say, "Well, we have invisible foot pegs on the swing arm, and Jim Morrison's back there with Mickey." And yes, I'd go. We had our test track at De Anza. Mickey lived in Yorba Linda, so at that point you'd go pick up your rider, go to the test track, put in your time, come home, blah blah blah. I'd go to Mickey's house in Yorba Linda, and sometimes you really didn't want to know what happened that night before, right? I mean, you're like, okay, Jim Morrison and the Doors was here, something's happening, right? So, but Mickey would never be ready. I'm like, Mickey, we got to go. I got to do laundry. I'm like, okay, this is getting old. So I used to then call before I left my house, Mickey, put your laundry in the wash. I'll be there in 45 minutes. As if he could get, enough, right? Pick him up. We went one time, there's a lot of unique stories, but one of the times we went to Tommy Lee and Heather Locklear's house up in Woodland Hills, right? They wanted to go riding. And those guys were just motorheads, and so we went up there and we're riding, and Tommy Lee and his other guys, they all got helmets. They put drill holes in it so they could put their cigarette.
No way.
Yeah, they had that. Mickey's riding with these guys. So Mickey goes off this jump and does a big whip, Tommy just goes off this jump and just throws it, right? Just throws it, and the bike just. And every other word out of Tommy was F dude, right? And they were like, this is the coolest thing, Mickey be just laughing, and it just, and those guys were, but I'll tell you what, the Tommy Lee guy was a pretty talented musician, because we went up in the studio and they had every instrument you can imagine, and he could play every single one of those things.
Oh, is that right?
It's amazing, and they'd come to the race. I remember the LA Coliseum race. Heather Locklear, she was very popular, right? And so Mickey was really popular. And at that time, after the race, like 20 minutes after, they would open up the pits, and everyone would come to your box van. You couldn't even get it to my box van, because if you had Mickey that was there, Tommy Lee was there, Heather Locklear was there. It was just a swarm of people wanting to get one or the other's picture or autograph or something, But he was really a personable guy. And he had an alligator too for a while. That was another. So Mickey, we had
an alligator?
Yeah, we had a heart-to-heart talk. He had lizards. He had a lot of stuff. Anyway, he said, I'm moving out to Indio because I got to get out. I got a bad environment, so I'm going to Indio, right? So I now got to drive to India to go testing and stuff, right? Or I'd make him all these care packages, because out there you'd go through a filter like in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So I go out there, and he goes, hey, Slice. And he goes, check out him. And he's got like this 3-foot-long alligator, right? I'm like, Mickey, what are you doing with an alligator? We got to go away. He goes, oh, it's cool. I come behind him, I put a muzzle on him, I leave him, I come home, he's all good, right? And he says sometimes, and he lives on a golf course. He goes, sometimes I put him on like a leash and I just let him go out in the golf course, right? And then, I don't know. Doesn't really sound that good, right? So Mickey's struggling, just having a hard time. So we're at Mount Morris, and he usually did pretty good here. Comes in, and he's got a bandage on his hand. And I go, Mickey, what's that for, right? And he's like, my alligator? Because, he goes, I don't know what happened, but he kind of got a hold of my hand and tore it up. I'm like, I go, that's not good. And I go, right now you're not like really on the high note with Yamaha. I would suggest you take that bandage off, put a glove on, get through this weekend, right? And then get rid of that alligator.
Was his hand pretty torn up?
Yeah, he got it. Alligators, they got sharp teeth. And this guy was like this big,
Yeah.
So
lucky he didn't lose his hand.
I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what the whole deal was, but we get through that weekend. Week or so later, he comes back, brings me I think it's called the Indigo News or something. Alligator caught on golf course.
Oh, no.
He decided to just let it go, and it went into the pond. Golfer was there looking for his golf ball. Alligator comes up, so they had to bring out the game warden, and that was, I don't know, that was it for the alligator, but that was an interesting Mickey story,
That sounds about right.
And then we can get into other Mickey stories with Supermoto too, but
that's coming.
That's down the road.
Yeah, that's coming. We'll get there. Leask was really good. Did you spend a lot of time with Jeff Leask?
Yeah, I did. He was really kind of like Cooper today, really methodical. But the only thing that we had won some national races. He raced 125s, and he had done some 250 stuff, and really great personalities and solid racer. But the thing that was disappointing to me, a year or so before that, he had injured himself, and we were at San Diego, and we were talking about the season and getting ready, and he's like, hey, just to let you know, he goes, if it comes down to winning or, risking too much to win, I'm okay with second, right? And I was like, I don't know how far that's going to get us, because sooner or later you kind of have to determine, I'm going to win this race and let it hang out. Obviously, the last thing you want to do is see your guy get injured, but he I think that injury that he had, was in the back of his mind a little bit. And Yeah, he still did well, but I don't think he rode to his full potential.
Yeah.
And then the year after that, Jeff went to Europe, I think, and was racing Honda 500s and the GPs, and then that's when we got Mickey.
Gotcha. He was like the first Aussie to really come over and do well here, huh? That I can recall.
I think so, yeah. They came over as a privateer, raced on a Honda, and yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
All right, so you left Yamaha and went to Suzuki in 89 and 90 as team manager. Yeah. This is another thing I didn't know about you. I thought it was Buzzard back then, but I guess you predated him?
Yeah, I got at the end of 89 at Yamaha, or I got approached by Suzuki to come over and be Bob Hanna had moved over to Suzuki.
Okay.
And I had been approached by them to come and work for them, and I was like, you know what, I like it at Yamaha. It's a great family. It's probably one of the best places I ever worked. And I go, I'm not really that interested. And then at the end of the season, they did their traditional talk, and Mickey went away, and then I was getting moved in with Ed Scheidler, who did Yamaha's R&D and testing, which at that point was kind of supposed to be a promotion, but in my eyes, it really wasn't. I wasn't really ready to be just a stay-at-home guy, right?
You were liking going on the road and going to the races.
So I called Suzuki back, and I said, hey, that offer that you guys had wanted to talk to me about a couple months ago, if you guys are interested, let's reintroduce it, And so Bob made the arrangements for me to come in and meet with Suzuki, and Pat Alexander was the team manager there at that time, and they had a huge team, which I used to call ourselves the Bad News Bears.
Okay.
But we had enough budget to run like 2 riders, and we had 6 or 7, I forget.
Yeah.
But so anyway, I came in. Our test track was up at Sunrise, if you can imagine.
Sand, I remember it.
So
I remember Deanza we used to sneak into. After you guys had left, it was still there, and we'd sneak in for years, and we'd ride there. And then Atlanta was literally just made out of sand.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
It was
windy,
snow, rain, and you got to get all this stuff done before Anaheim, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I said, hey, look, why don't, instead of me just coming in and being team manager, because there was some rumbling and stuff, and I go, why don't you just have me be like the testing guy, and I'll get a feel, like get personal, understand the mechanics and everybody understand what's going on, right? And we had 4 250 guys and I think 5 125 guys.
Okay.
Rodney Tishner, Larry Ward, Michael Rocco, and Guy Cooper, right?
Yeah, Cooper, LaRocco, Ward, Tishner, and then you had Budman, Jeremy Buell, and Gaddis.
Yeah. So
that's a lot.
So we did that, and we're getting ready for like a week before Anaheim, and they come in and they go, now, hey, we're going to just make the announcement. You're now team manager, And I think for Pat, as much as he may not like that call, I think he was like happy with it because we really didn't. They had a big race team, but they really didn't have the support to have a big race team, right?
Right.
So we go and we're battling and we're going testing, and obviously at that point, 1990, other teams had pretty good talent. Wardy was at Kawasaki, Ricky was at Honda, Brock was at
Dymond was at Yamaha.
Dymond was at Yamaha, correct. So we're racing against the top. Everyone's pretty much prepared. So we make it long story short, we go, and we're now, for whatever reason, we're becoming competitive. Like Denny Stevenson, I forgot to put him down.
Oh yeah,
right.
He was a champion.
He won. That's right. So we're testing, we're doing this and all that stuff, and we go to Atlanta, and one of the best races we've had in a long time. Cooper's in the hunt, and we're almost win the race. And actually, Ricky Johnson won the race, but should have been.
I thought Wardy won that one. Isn't that where he did the triple pump on the finish? Am I thinking of the right one, where there was battles for the lead?
It was at the same time, but it was like Dymond, Wardy, Ricky, and Cooper.
Yeah, and I think Wardy passed everybody in the whoops.
Okay.
The last couple laps, he found a little line.
Yeah. See, I keep thinking, because I was arguing, I thought Ricky won and we got second. And I wanted to protest the Hondas because the Hondas at that point had a big tungsten skid plate that had fallen off. And so at the end of the race, Ricky was underweight.
Oh.
So I came back and I had told Tosh, my boss, I had called him that night. It's like, hey, we got second, but we should win this because his bike's illegal. And if your seat falls off and you're underweight, that's the rules, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, you got to win any way you can win, right? So he'd go, Heeben, he goes, do not wake up the sleeping giant. What are you talking about, Tosh? Like, this is bullshit, And he's like, I'm telling you, just let it go. I said, okay. So we go. Larry Ward continue on. Larry Ward's from Washington, right? We go. Larry Ward, we had an issue. We show us suspension. Larry Ward had to have KYB production forks. Stock KYB forks with fish oil in and everything else, right? We go. Larry Ward wins Seattle Supercross. First time Suzuki had won a Supercross since Mark Burnett or something.
Yeah.
Who knows? Long time. So now let's take over, ready to go. And on the East Coast stuff, when we're racing East Coast, Denny Stevenson's leading the 125 Supercross Championship, and Jimmy Gaddis and Buddy are doing okay, but I think both those guys kind of had some injuries. We get through the whole season, and the situation with Larry Ward was certainly unique, but because of Showa was supplying a suspension, we didn't have a suspension guy. You talk about being stressed out. We are a jack of all trades. We had, your team manager, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're trying to do suspension. It was a mess. You had enough parts to really handle 3 or 4 riders.
Yeah, and you're trying to make it work for 7.
Yeah.
I want to say Big Bird told me that he could get 2 races out of a new set, and then it would be too soft, and so he'd need to keep replacing.
I go, okay, Larry, what happens if we do press day? What happens if you run the last chance? What happens because he'd say, this is only good for 22 laps, and then after that, these forks are junk. And you're like, and I talked to Ross at KYB, and Ross is like, no, you got to go through these forks. He wouldn't even let Ross go through the forks.
Yeah.
Just take them right, order them. Put them on. So perfect.
Easily one of the most bizarre preferences I've ever heard.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, it what it was. But then we moved into outdoor nationals. And we had, at that point, there was 250 national, 125 nationals, and then there was 500 nationals and 125 nationals, right? And Suzuki didn't have a 500. So Ronnie, Mike LaRocco, Ward all transitioned and rode 125s afterwards. And Cooper was on fire that year.
Yep.
Really rode well. And our main competition was Jean-Michel Bale and Kradowski on the Hondas, which had suspension guy, engine guy, that guy, right? HRC. Anyway, make long story short, Cooper pulled it off, ended up almost lost the championship, but ended up winning the championship by 1 point at Unadilla, and was the first, I think, 125 championship that Suzuki had won since Mark Burnett or something.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's an interesting story. We've had Kudrowski on, and he talked about how JMB was getting the good motors, and then when he got hurt, they said, "Oh, hey, Mike, why don't you ride his bike?" And it was so much better. This is according to Mike.
Yeah.
It's like, they would have given me that motor from the start. I'd have been way more competitive. I would have been in the hunt. But that was a really tight chase, between the 3 of those guys.
When JMB got hurt, Cooper had a 60-point lead, and he did his very best to give that to throw away.
What happened? Didn't he have a race where he DNF'd a couple of motos?
Well, at Steel City, went through a rut, hit a rock, broke the drain plug off, done, DNF. At Millville, start going up the hill. It's like, hey, Coop, you got to get through the first turn here. Get through the first turn at Millville, go through the sand section, you come back up, go up the hill. Runs off the track, gets stuck down into the fence there. That fence is right there?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 25. That's 50 points right there we just give away. And he only had a 60-point lead, and Kradowski is starting to, pick it up, right?
Yeah.
But the interesting thing was, beginning of that year, I asked all those guys, we had a meeting and Hannah was there and Bob is just awesome. I said, what do you guys hate the worst? What do you hate riding in most, right? And for the most part, they're all like, we hate ruts and we don't like mud. So we raced the 125 Grand Prix in July at Unadilla. And the last race of our season was at Unadilla, right? So the day after I arranged renting the track, Bob came out and it had rained. And Bob and our Bad News Bears went out there and they rode all day in the mud, in the ruts and that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we come to the last race of the year at Unadilla, and it wasn't a torrential rain, but there was Unadilla at that point was natural terrain. It got ruts.
Yeah.
And I really think by those guys spending that extra time with Bob riding on Monday just worked out really, really well.
Game changer.
Helped guy win the championship.
What a squirrely guy to have your hopes pinned on for a title, right? I mean, I love Guy Coover.
Yeah.
But man, he's squirrely.
Yeah, well, you got to put Coop, and then you got Marshall Plums as mechanic, right? Okay, and
you can't not love both of those guys. But
no, you go there. I remember we went. I told Tosh, I said we're getting ready for, Red Bull was always around 4th of July.
Yeah.
So I said, Tosh, we got to go. I'm going to go to Cooper's. I need to test before Red Bull because we're doing 36, 38 millimeter carburetors, blah, blah, whatever parts we had. Right?
Yeah.
But we're just trying to gain his confidence. He goes, no. And I'm like, what do you mean, no? We're like, this is the first time we've actually been in a hunt to win a championship. And you say, you don't want me to fly to Stillwater. I'm on salary. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
No, you don't need to go. Okay. So I go to Bob. Bob's like, just go. Just go do what you need to do, right? So we went there, and before that, and that's obviously Marshall had the box fan, and after that drove up to Red Bud and had some good results. But those are kind of the challenges. It's like, are you guys really behind me? Or what are we really trying to do? Or we already think that we're beat?
Why was he saying no?
Tosh was an old school guy, in one sense, you got to love him. And it's like, him and I used to argue quite a bit. And I don't know if you know Tosh at all, but I mean,
yeah.
Tosh is this high.
Yep.
Okay. He was old when I got there. And him and I used to argue, and we would, Suzuki is all open. So he'd always go, Heeben, to the conference room, right? And I'd go in there and we'd argue about things that I thought made sense, right, for a team manager. And every morning he sat behind me. Every morning he'd be with his paper, right? And most of the time he'd be sleeping, but anyway, he's reading the paper, knowledgeable guy. So he'd give me crap. And one time he said, Heeben, don't mess with me, right? In a way. I'm like, Tosh, what are you gonna do? Like, what? You gonna beat me up? It's like, he's like, goes to his desk, goes like that, right? So I go back, opens his drawer. He has a pistol.
He has a pistol in there? No way.
I swear to God. I'm like,
you're like, all right,
okay, Tosh, you're the man. And he just laughs. I don't know who knows what it was, but
it's in Suzuki's corporate office.
Yeah, it was so funny though. But that's, and I mean, it's Suzuki's kind of strange because, I was a stone throw away from Shigenora, the president, and I was the same from being thrown out the door, being out the window, right?
Yeah, right.
Or being thrown out.
What was, I remember Heede also. What was
Heede was like the liaison between Japan and us, right? Heede, unique guy, but I think had been there too long. Or it's kind of like, and I think that's what happens a lot of times with seasoned managers. They kind of get to the point they fought the fight. They already know.
Start to give up and just go with the flow.
They just like, I know what they're going to say.
Yeah.
So.
Do you, a little sidebar here, just because you have history with Suzuki, what do you see going on with them right now?
I don't know. I mean, I can't understand. I mean, great that Roxkin's out there, right? They've got a presence out there. But, just to what they're selling and stuff. And I'm a little distant from that. I know on the road racing side, they stepped away. Yoshimura used to be, the team. They were that team, and especially battling with Yamaha in road racing. And when Yamaha stepped out, Yost stepped out, and they don't really have a powerful presence. The GS under Suzuki, I think, was early 70s. Their motocross bikes were like the really, really good. And then later on, they kind of shifted to road racing. You know, the GSXRs, they had a great amateur or great program, support program, and they had a race of champions kind of or something like that. But now, neither the GSXRs, sport bikes just aren't selling. Kids don't, you can't, use your phone on a sport bike, so that's not going to happen. So, and but I don't know what their amateur program is. It used to be pretty stout. Pat used to kind of oversee a lot of that, and
they just made some odd decisions, like to win the MotoGP World Championship and then pull out.
Yeah,
like who made that call? And obviously, what's happened with racing here, it's just really kind of head scratching. No bike changes in so many years. And I had someone tell me the other day, who works, with the manufacturers. Yeah. They said, people don't realize Honda's the biggest, and in terms of overall sales, Suzuki's the second biggest manufacturer. But their focus is vehicles, a lot of third world countries, South America, little cars, little bikes,
scooters.
They sell a crap ton, and outdoor inboard, outboard marine engines, marine engines. They're bigger than Yamaha and Kawasaki, and I was like, in total sales. And I was kind of blown away by that. And they just said, look, you could take dirt bikes out of their equation. It wouldn't factor in at all.
Yeah.
So maybe that's just they're like, who cares?
That's the corporate, maybe, because obviously their U.S. market's not that strong in all those disciplines that you spoke about, right?
No, maybe.
I mean, they'll cause anymore in the United States, I don't believe.
I don't think so.
But I mean, I think that sometimes there's a bigger picture that we're just here. We're not looking at that big picture to understand the mindset or the direction of what they're doing. And if they're staying in business and in a competitive world, maybe that's okay.
Yeah, they're double-digit billion company. I mean, they do fine. It's just dirt bikes isn't a part of that equation. So it's sad to me to see it go away. Like, I don't know if you...
you were a Suzuki guy for a number of years.
Pat gave me my first ride in 1991, So, I don't know. I have a little soft spot for him.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it go away.
Back to, when Danny Laporte rode one and Donnie Emler kind of got involved with all that stuff and FMF, and they were, look at Roger. Look at the Trans Ams. You had Joel Robert, you had Sylvain Gold, or Joel Robert, Sylvain Gabor, Roger,
Oh, the history of the company in racing is crazy.
Yeah.
So it's just a shame. And then, but I'm trying to just go, okay, well, 5 years down the road, what does it look like? Are they gone? And now we have Triumph, and Beta's got a team, and, are we running electric bike? Kind of weird to see where it's headed.
I think that some of again, it comes back to we're seeing an influx of different Ducati, Triumph in the road racing world too, and I think it's kind of contingent on the worldwide market, what's happening. And obviously production bike sales are contingent on all the racing that we do. We're not MotoGP, we're not F1. Everything that we race here in the United States is based off of production-based motorcycle.
Yeah.
And if they're selling more of something in Europe than they are in the United States, then that kind of dictates what changes and what things get happen. That's just kind of the way it always works, right?
Yeah. Interesting stuff. I will say this. Your bikes those years, like 89, 90, 91, the factory Suzukis, man, they were good. The 125. Like, I remember Jimmy Gaddis's bike.
Whoa. Not factory. Production. Easy pick.
Okay.
Mark Laporte, Ken Howerton, they had factory.
Those were factory. Oh, those were works bikes, we'll call them.
Okay. You mean our like the factory team?
Yeah, your race. Like you guys had a silencer that was made of carbon fiber. It looked like the stock one, but it was all carbon.
Yeah.
That thing sounded so good.
Those are Rudy Dickerson, R&D, made all those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I remember even when I rode 125s, 94, 93, 94, I got some parts kicked down. Like, I know this wasn't probably supposed to happen, but some of the box fan guys.
We had plenty of parts.
Yeah, so they do, here's a pipe, here's an ignition, and it made such a difference. Remember the B2 ignition or the H pipe, the H2 pipe? Blew me away how good those things were.
Yeah, and I mean, that was in sense simple, because I again, if you go back to understanding the production line, right, is that the first year of that model that come out, I'm not involved with it now, but in the past, is that a model came out and then it kind of stayed the same for 3 or 4 years, right?
Yeah.
So that model came out as, let's say, with specification A. They already knew what specification D was going to be.
Mm.
So based upon when they would introduce spec B, C, D, or whatever, was kind of contingent on competition, what was going on out there. So the factory teams and support teams, like you might have got a B2 ignition, that might have been already earmarked for somewhere down the road.
Huh.
It's already tested, proven. Let's give it to our race guys. It's a liable part that's homologated. It can be used. Let those guys use it. It helps showcase the brand. It's only going to help sell more, win on Sunday, sell on Monday type theory.
Interesting. And then were you surprised, like Budman and Jimmy Gaddis were both coming off mini bikes. They were the hottest things going.
Yeah.
And it seems like I was really looking for both of those guys to be, kind of blow up. And it seems like they both kind of had, Jimmy Gaddis did win a title. Budman won a bunch of races, but it seems like neither one of them kind of reached the potential.
Well, I could probably that was probably some of my own fault, because, they were young guys. They really needed to be nurtured a little bit. Mm-hmm. And when you're trying to capture all this stuff and you have to look at the 250 class as the premier class and they're racing, and then you can't do it at all, right?
Right.
And Jimmy was a great kid. I knew him. He had some mechanical issues here and there. Buddy was, again, coming off it. But, you think about the first time Ricky Carmichael got on it, how size-wise, how pro circuit, even Team Green, what we did to accommodate, to make him comfortable on a motorcycle. Looking back, we didn't have the resources to do that. If you think about it now, he should have had higher foot pegs or lower foot pegs, different seat, different subframe, all the pieces that it just happens, right?
Right.
So he's out there, and it's almost, the bikes, even though it's a 125, it's almost overpowering for him coming off at where he came from, right?
Right.
And I'm just thinking about that now, right? Because Denny won the 125 East Coast Championship. He's taller, and that thing seemed to fit him, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, look at Buddy later on with the Arena Cross, how dominant he was. Mm. And so, he matured physically, got stronger, and he had success.
Well, he also had the unfortunate timing of being in the 125 class when Jeremy was there. 91, when he should have probably been, okay, time to win. Like, you got your feet wet in 90. Jeremy comes in with peak pro circuit,
and then I think it comes back to, obviously I was gone and I only lasted at Suzuki for a year. And I think it comes back to that whole, look how much testing Mitch did. Mm-hmm. The guy, and with Bones and stuff, the amount of time they put in for they had 4 riders generally, right?
Yep.
But they could give those 4 riders the attention that they needed to do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And I think when I left Suzuki, and I really didn't want to leave Suzuki, I was like, oh, we got to.
Yeah, what happened? It seems like you won a 125 championship with Denny, a 125 outdoor title with Coop. Yeah. You won a 250 Supercross with Larry.
Yeah.
Hell, that's a great year.
Yeah, well, when I signed on, I said, hey, look, Tosh, I said, let me earn my keep. Pay me like you pay your regular mechanic, and I'll show you what I can do, and we'll move forward. I really felt bad because I had hired Tyle and Volan for the following year. We had kind of shrunk the team a little bit because of manpower. Pete Steinbrecher came on and was helping with suspension and other things. And so we were I thought we were moving in the right direction. At the end of the year, I came back and I said, okay, Tosh, okay, we've done this, just as you said, we did this. This is what I think we can do moving forward. But I want to be compensated to do what I do, not as a mechanic. I'd like to be, instead of using my own personal vehicle, you've got a fleet of Suzukis out there. You got something I can drive in and out to the test tracks. And I'd like to have a computer at that time instead of writing everything on paper. And he sat there as is typical of doing it and just came back and said no. And I was like, okay, like, part of it's negotiations, right? No to what? He's like, just no. And I think, okay, that shows me how much you appreciate what I did, And fortunately at that time at Unadilla, Jeff and Ricky or Roger or I think it was Ricky, came over and said, hey, Lunas is going over to Yamaha. Why don't you come be my mechanic? And I was like, I'm actually, we just won a championship here, RJ. I'm
doing pretty good. Yeah.
Come back from Suzuki, and it's like, no. Hey, RJ, who do I need to come talk to? Either go to Honda, go talk to Dave and Roger, and those guys, I can essentially get along with pretty much anybody. Sometimes I'm not the best communicator, but they had their own challenges at American Honda where they kind of had, from the outside, they weren't a very approachable program, right? Especially if you rode a Honda or something like that.
Okay.
So I went and met with those guys at American Honda, and they're like, hey, RJ'd like to have you as mechanics. Stanton's here with Dan Bentley. You already know Stanton. Stanton rode with you at Yamaha. And I was like, okay, what's the parameter? What do we got? It's 1 year contract, pays you a boatload more than what you're making now. Got one headache, not 7 headaches, right? And you got a nicer box fan, which I didn't have a box fan at Suzuki, but so I was like, okay, let's do it, So that's how I transitioned, and I went. The first race I went to, we'd already been planning things at Suzuki for moving ahead because I really didn't think I didn't really. It's kind of going backwards, right? You progress, get to be a team manager. Now you're going back to be a mechanic. So it's like almost this is not moving forward. But again, it's Honda HRC. It's like that's at that point was the pinnacle of racing.
Yeah.
Right. So I go to Japan with Ricky for the Japan Supercross in Tokyo. And I come in through the hotel, and all the Japanese or all the Suzuki engineers that I had been communicating with, they're all like, hey, Ron, how you doing? Blah, blah, where are we? And I'm like, timeout, guys. I don't know toe shit and tell you, but I'm over here with Honda now. And, I'm not sure I think Ray Tetherton ended up taking over. Pat went back. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's kind of how that worked out.
Yes. That's crazy. He wouldn't even negotiate.
No, it was kind of the typical way that the Suzuki did business, I think, right? It's their company. They're obviously, it's their company.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So you're with RJ that year. He was having trouble with his wrists, huh?
Yeah. Well, Ricky had him and Danny Storbeck crashed at Gainesville, right? And he had tore up a lot of his hand. And so he's like, hey, I want to come back. And Brian had gone over to Yamaha with Brad now, right? So let's get after it, So we start testing and started doing all that stuff. I went to race in Japan, did that. And we were at San Diego Supercross, still started the season, right? Second, third race. Press day going through the whoops, and all of a sudden RJ just wads it into like the wall, right? He comes to me and he's like, hey, Slice, the throttle's stuck wide open. And I'm like, are you sure? You sure you didn't land off the triple and grab too much and then you couldn't get a shot off going through the whoops? Because he wrote it back to me like the throttle was working. And I go, I'm just asking you that. And so we take everything apart. Really can't find anything, but we replace everything in a sense, right? Just like, this is no time to test.
Yeah.
He needs to go. And he was kind of just banged himself up, but he was okay. So I'm on my way to Atlanta Supercross is where our next route was. And I'm driving, and at that point, no cell phone. So at night, you just call in or during the day. I call him that night, and he's like, hey, Slice, I got good news and bad news. The good news is you were right. The throttle didn't stick. The bad news is I was riding at our test track down in El Cajon, and my wrist locks up. And the only way I can shut the throttle is I had to take my hand off and rotate it back. And I'm like, well, that's not good. That's not good at all. And he was really quite apologetic because he knew I had left Suzuki to come over to work with him. And I was like, Ricky, you need to just stop right now, retire. You get away from this. You've already accomplished more than anyone could ever dream. Just retire. And so essentially he went in that next week and talked to Honda, and they announced his retirement. So then I came back and really was just kind of monkeying around in the shop. And I went up to see Gary Mathers because Dave and Roger were there, but Mathers was the main motorsports manager. So I went to see Mathers, and I was like, hey, I go, RJ's retired. What do you want me to do? He goes, you don't really need to do nothing. You could just park your box van. We'll pay you till October and move on. And I'm like, no, Gary, you understand. I didn't leave where I was at to come over for 1 year and just, get a paycheck and not do anything. That's, I didn't come here just for 1 year. So he goes, well, go down there and talk to Dave and Roger. And so I ended up talking to Dave and Roger. And at that point we had JMB, we had McGrath, Stanton, and kind of talked to those guys about setting up my box van and transitioning to be a test box van, right? So instead of Dan, and when those guys are out on the road and they're flying back, I would be kind of go testing. Dave and I would go, or Jim Anderson was doing suspension, right? So I took over that role. And then at the same time, Honda race shop in Torrance is right next. At that time, motocross was on this side of the aisle, and this side was road racing. So I started talking to the road race guys, and they didn't have anybody doing any suspension at that point. And that's when they were racing an RC31 and 600s, right? So I was like, I can probably do that for you guys. And they're like, well, we need somebody. So it's like, okay. So I started splitting my time doing the motocross testing and stuff. And then I started learning and doing the road race suspension for those guys that was Showa suspension as well.
And was Showa training you? I mean, how do you know road race stuff? Or you just
kind of get around. Look at what you've got currently and understand what they do. And Showa had a shock dyno and stuff. So I'd go over there and we'd run dyno and stuff. And I mean, on the production 600, it was conventional forks. It was pretty basics, right? But on the other was factory Showa stuff. And then Two Brothers Racing had Steve Crevier and Freddie Spencer were riding. So I ended up doing some of their stuff throughout the year as well, right? So I kind of got my feet wet and started understanding the road racing side of the world. And then...
And did that interest you? Did you like the road side, or were you just like, man, I just need to do something?
Yes and no. I mean, you get into it, you get involved. It's like, man, these guys are amazing. What they do. Yeah. I mean, they are, you talk to, if you had McGrath talking to Miguel Duhamel, they both think they're crazy.
Yeah.
Like, how do you do that, right?
Yeah.
It's just what we do. That's how they do it, right? So I did all that. And then at the end of that year, while we're on the Honda's situation, was Cliff White decided, JMB, actually, that end of that 1 year, I ended up going to Motocross of the Nations with JMB and then a Supercross race with JMB in France.
Okay.
Which, that was one talented rider.
Yeah.
If you ever I'm not sure how well you know him, but what he did, but he was very, very methodical and understood. Like, he knew that Jeff Stanton was going to outcondition him, but he knew what he needed to do to win the race, And
yeah, there's some races. I want to say it's Tampa. Might have been 92 or 93. I can't remember. It's one of my favorite races to watch. Battle up front with 5 or 6 guys. Bradshaw's up there. Stanton's up there. It's a mix of like legendary guys, maybe Kudrowski.
Yeah.
And JMB's just sitting 5th. the whole race, just sitting there, out of the picture, really. Those guys are all fighting. And the last 3 laps, he just like flips a switch, and it's like, passes a guy through the whoops, passes another guy. He's out front, and he's gone and wins. And you're just like, what just happened? And he was like that. I just remember watching him carve lines like from the inside and still jump something. And you're like, how? And I think the people he raced against thought the same thing.
At that point, Honda had their test track at Simi Valley, right? And we'd go out there, and I'd go out with Jeff. And, I always compared those two like in football. You have a halfback and a fullback. Both can get you 10 yards, but this one's a bull, and this one's going to zig and zag and do this and that. Yeah. And that was the difference. I looked at it as the difference between JMB and Jeff. I'd go out there to test track with Jeff. He'd go, okay, Heeben, we're going to do this. Okay, get them all done. Test whatever we had to test, right? I'd go out there to test track with JMB. I go, what are we riding? He's like, I'll do maybe 5 laps on a Supercross track. I'm going out in these hills and just ride and do jumps. Good. He'd go, you'd see him jump. He loved riding trials bikes. Okay, and then he transitioned into riding road race bikes too, right? But he understood his competition and knew there's. So we were at Parc des Princes in France for a Supercross, right? And the only really main competition was Larry Ward, and he was doing good. And so they had this big Sutter section, and JMB's just smoking everybody in practice, right? Larry Ward comes up after practice and goes, "Hey, JMB," goes, "What should I be going through these whoops in third gear or second or third, And JMB goes, "Nah, you need to at least go in third." And he left. He's like, "Oh man, I've been doing it in second, and the bike's working like that." So I get down to JMB, I go, "That's the only guy. That's the only guy that's actually close to you." He goes, "Don't worry about it." He goes, "I go through in fourth." I started the race. Here's Larry Ward, goes through the whoops, goes JMB, gone.
Just blows past it.
Yeah. I mean, and that's just how he was,
Yeah, was he a nice guy? Like, he didn't come off. He just didn't really work to win the fans over.
I blame that a little bit on Honda.
Yeah,
not to say I'm the PR guy, but he generally was a great guy. And you remember, Cliff is one of the smartest technicians out there, but Cliff was pretty quiet in his own.
Yeah, Cliff White's very
right. I mean,
yeah.
Mitch has some stories with Cliff, but so JMB was really an outgoing guy. He loved it. Like we went and played golf a couple times. Loved it. I organized for him to go to Guy Cooper's house before the Stillwater. We used to have a race in Stillwater, right? Supercross.
Okay.
I arranged for him to go to Supercross or to Cooper's house a week early because Cooper just wanted to ride every day. I mean, he just rode. Well, he was into trials bikes too. JMB went to Coops.
I'm sure those two had a ball.
They jumped there. I mean, you can imagine what they found to jump, right, or do. Yeah. But anyway, he really was. And he kind of got the reason he kind of expressed to me is like one of the reasons he ended up leaving. I mean, he was still in his prime.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, right? But it didn't feel like he was welcomed. And I don't know if that's because he was French, but I mean, other French riders have come and have been well received. But he generally was, I think, a pretty outgoing guy if we would have allowed him to be an outgoing guy. Maybe the whole media, they kind of just kept him hemmed in there. I don't know. And obviously, Stanton was in his hero and Dymond was really popular, right? I don't know. But sometimes in racing, you need conflicts of interest to create a story.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the John Gerard to the Ricky Bobbies we had going on.
Yeah.
And it was just a shame because he didn't seem like he was a dick, but that was sort of how he was portrayed, right? Like he was this aloof, jerky French guy. Yeah. And I remember him getting booed at stadiums. I was kind of like, oh man, dude's getting hammered,
Well, like that race at the LA Coliseum when Dymond had the championship wrapped up and, JMB just methodically came through and ended up doing what he won, remember? And then Stanton won the championship by means of JMB beating Dymond and stuff. And I think it is that European against American kind of,
probably something to do with it.
Kind of argument, because here's Dymond, he's from North Carolina, and JMB's from France and blah, blah, blah. I don't know for sure, but I know personally, I thought the guy was really out and going.
And then at the end of that season, there was just nothing for you there?
No, the end of that season, that was 92. Then Cliff decided he wanted to come in-house and be the test guy. And Bentley was still with Stanton. Pete Steinbrecher, who we worked together at Yamaha Suzuki, and at Honda was with Doug Henry.
Yep.
So I came back and was with Lamson. And that prior year, Lamson was like our test guru, right? He was still racing, but he was our test guy. And so I got switched over to going back on the road with Lammy, and we raced 250 Supercross and 500 outdoors, right?
Okay.
So then at the end of that year, I left, and this would have been 93, and at the end of 93, I left. I want to say,
go with Chicken, right?
Yeah, I quickly found out that I was a couple things. I mean, it's like you kind of get to the point where it's like, okay, I've done this box fan stuff. I've run the gamut on that, and everybody else going to semis, and Honda was still holding back because some individuals wanted to have box fans, good and bad. So I was like, okay, I can do something. I've been around this industry enough, I can find it. And I quickly found out it's not that easy to find a position, right?
Yeah.
So
timing's everything, right?
Yeah, it is. Randy Skinner, a good friend of mine, I started helping him in the morning. Well, actually, Chicken called me. He had been riding Suzukis in Japan, wanted to come back and ride, right? So I went and met with Chicken. I go, honestly, Chicken, I know you're a good rider, but I really don't think you're very serious. I don't, just from the outside in, I don't know you that well, but, and he's like, no, Slice, I want to do this, right? I said, okay. I says, I need to work at Randy. So I'm working at Skinner's in the morning, and then we got a deal through NCY Yamaha, had bikes, and worked out a program with McCarty to ride at this Yamaha test track. Mitch and Bones had agreed to help him out on motors and suspension, right? So it was probably one of my most rewarding times as being a mechanic, because I had no box van and we had expectations to do well. And I really just had to figure out logistics to make it all work, right? So I would work at Randy's until noon, go pick Chicken up. We'd go to the test track, and we would determine what we needed. We had gotten 2 sets of suspension and some other extra stuff, right? So we'd go out there and test all this stuff. Way back, I would stop at Pro Circuit, talk to Bones, so this is what I want to try for the next day, talk to Mitch about motor spec or something this is what our challenge is. And I quickly found out that Chicken was a pretty knowledgeable rider. Like, I wanted to almost test him at first to figure out if he could tell me what we're actually doing, right? And he was really sharp, understood, knew what he wanted, and knew the things that we made. So that was comforting in a sense, is like, we're going to make progress, right? So we went into the first part of the seasons with really no expectations, and we really did well. I mean, he at that point, it was a little harder to get in the main event. It was only top 4, and then you had a semi to top 7 had to go in. And, for the most part, he would generally usually win the semi or be right in 3rd or 4th to get in the main event, and had a lot of top 10, top 7 finishes.
Yeah.
So went to the outdoors, kind of did the same thing. Going to races thing was really unique, because, Chicken's unique. He had this girlfriend, wife, Ruby, 3 kids. So at Skinner's, I built this engine box, right? So my bike, I would say, I gave Jeremy Buell, I gave him the chassis. At the first race, the whole bike's together. After the race, I would take I had rotating suspension. So after the race, I would pull the engine, take the suspension, put that in a gun case, which actually was my ramp to load the bike up, right? Had a toolbox, had my bag. go home, do all our testing because we had another bike here. Fly to the race, toolbox, engine box, suspension box, right? Go. We get there, we go get a budget van. Ruby, 3 kids, chicken, me, 2 seats in the van, right? Take them to the hotel, drop them off, go find Jeremy. And then in this truck over here, I had all the plastic in another box. And in this other truck, I had fuel and all this stuff, right? Go pick this stuff up. Press day would be on Thursday. Go get that, put the engine in, put the suspension in, go get fuel, come back, go pick chicken up, go do press day, right? And then gather all my parts up. And then at the same time, I knew what the time frame were, like for the Yamaha guy, Steve Butler was a 2-box mechanic. I knew they put a new clutch in every time, but a 1 race clutch is better than a 2 race clutch, right?
Yeah.
So I'd get clutch from Butler. I'd get chains from somebody else. I'd get this from them. I'd get brake pads from these guys. And there's a hodgepodge of stuff to put this bike together for chicken, right?
Week after week after.
Every week. And then after practice test day, I had to go to a car wash, and I'd find a car wash. I could wash the bike and get it prepped. Sometimes not in the best parts of town, but that was my lighting, right? Build your bike. Put the gun case down. That was a ramp. Load it back in there. Head back. We did that. And it was all right, because the expectations were like this, and we were actually doing pretty well,
Yeah, exceeding your expectations.
Yeah.
He's definitely a character.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he was, I used to really not like him because when I worked for Steve Lamson's like the nicest guy on the track.
No.
And Chicken would come up to Steve and it's like, I'm going to kick your ass. And you'd see Lammy be going, why do you say that to me, Slice? I go, I don't know, but are you going to let him? No, I hope not. It's like show some aggression.
Yeah.
Right? Anyway, but he was a tough guy. He's good.
Any funny stories with him? I know he and Ruby are like 2 sticks of dynamite. I mean, they constantly were fighting, and
oh yeah, they would be.
I think they've been married. They got married and divorced 6 or 7 times.
Yeah, something like I would be on, it'd be off. I think the same thing is that his dad Jim Mataspa just passed away about a month or so ago, and Dorothy, but they would be like the kind of like common day, and they'd love going to the races. They did, but Chicken, like I say, we'd go get a box van, and you're like, how are we gonna put all these people in the box van? It's okay, Slice. They could sit there, we'll sit there, we'll sit there. We'll make it all work, right? But I don't know, it's just one of those things. Through the years, you do it, and then we were getting ready to go, and then Marshall. I don't know what, Marshall wasn't doing anything. So anyway, I had an opportunity to go to work at Kawasaki at that time. So I was like, hey, Chicken, I'm going to go back to get a real job. And Marshall came in and took my spot. But when I was at the races, I was working for Kawasaki, but I'd be helping Marshall with Chicken on stuff,
Yeah.
But it's something, yeah.
That's funny. Well, so I want to dive into your next foray here at Kawasaki, but we're going to take a quick break. This is your TLD timeout. Stick around. We'll be right back with more Ron Heben. There's a new product on the market that's going to help you with your riding and racing, and it's Elevate Action Sports. If you've not yet gone and checked it out at elevateactionsports.com, it's a collective of riding coaches, the likes of which has never been put together. Grant Langston, Ryan Hughes, Jeff Emick, Johnny Campbell, and myself, David Pingree, bringing all of our years of experience in professional racing to one place with professionally produced videos and all kinds of supporting staff to help you with your mental side of racing, your physical side, your bike setup, your bike maintenance. We cover it all. Get to Elevate Action Sports right now and join the community.
Dunlop. There is a reason every AMA championship in the past decade was won on Dunlop tires. They are the best. Choose the best performing tire and a brand that has never wavered in their support of our sport. Choose Dunlop. Pro Circuit. Pro Circuit products are designed with one goal in mind: winning. Through passion and hard work, Pro Circuit has operated the most successful 250 team in the history of the sport. They use that same formula when developing exhaust, engine, and suspension parts for every brand. When only the highest level of performance is acceptable, trust Pro Circuit.
Since 2009, Seat Concepts has been dedicated to making the best aftermarket seats. More comfort, more grip, more riding. For 10 years, we've continued to raise the bar. Innovation and American craftsmanship make Seat Concepts the world-leading manufacturer of power sports seats.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
Specialized Bicycles. Specialized leads the way in the world of bicycling. Whether it's cross-country racing, downhill, e-bikes, enduro, road, gravel, dual slalom, dirt jumping, or all mountain bikes that do it all, Specialized has the perfect ride for you. The brand is synonymous with engineering excellence and innovation that steers the industry. Visit your local Specialized dealer for a test ride and see just how good Specialized products are.
I try to keep on keeping on.
With a rich history in motocross, ProX has been dedicated to supplying quality components since 1975. Whether you're rebuilding an engine or just need a new chain, ProX Racing Parts aims to bridge the gap between OE quality and affordability. ProX has over 9,000 part numbers and over 60 different product types that are manufactured by highly reputable or even OEM suppliers and are offered at affordable prices to help keep riders on the bike instead of in the garage. Visit ProX.com to search parts for your bike or check them out at your favorite online or local dealer.
Audio Jungle.
The guys are just breaking in their race bikes, which will leave on the semi this Saturday to go to the first Supercross for our coast in Orlando. So the guys are just be goofing off a little bit, do some cool photos, do some cool videos. When you go racing, you want to do well, but a big key is keeping the bikes on the track. That's why we chose to work with Motul.
Expectations coming in as a rookie is just to try and get my feet wet and honestly just send it, see where I end up and do my best out there, but just ride aggressive and ride like myself in practice and I should have a good time.
Challenges of this sport, I believe, is just simply staying healthy. With how fast we're going and what we're doing, your margin for mistake is really, really small.
Stay Sick. If you have little rippers, then you have had to have seen Stay Sick bikes by now. We have created bike and experiences that allow kids to develop sooner and empower them to find their own ride. From learning to ride to sharpening skills, the Stay Sick promise is accelerated growth. Whatever path your family chooses, it's going to be the ride of your life. Stay Sick Stability Cycles.
I'm I'm on vacation every single day, cause I love my occupation. Ay, 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 I'm on vacation. If you don't like your life, then you should go and change it. Ay, ay, ay.
Welcome back, everybody. That was the Troy Lee Designs timeout. If you've not been over to troyleedesigns.com, they've got all of their new GP line out, SE line, some very cool gear that's inspired from the race team. Also, if you're an off-roader, their full Scout line of off-road gear, jackets, pants, very, very cool stuff. Brand new collaboration with Alpine Stars on a TLD boot. So always cool things coming in from those guys over there. Check out troyleedesigns.com. Slice, as we get back into your career here in 94, you mentioned you'd gotten plugged in with Kawasaki, and this is kind of where I really remember meeting you. I remember seeing you with Chicken because I was a privateer at the time, but this is where I got to actually work with you the first time. You took a role with Kawasaki, sort of in charge of the Team Green program, which Mitch's team fell under.
Right. Well, I started, Mark Johnson was the manager for Team Green. There's basically two groups there, off-road and amateur motocross.
Okay.
So I started working with Mark at Team Green and the amateur motocross side of things. Obviously, that's where I kind of had most of my experience. And what a learning curve that was. I mean, what a phenomenal program that they had already established, starting with Bruce Sternstrom, or Jim Jordan, Bruce Sternstrom, and then Mark. And the first year I really was introduced to so many talented riders from, 6 years up to 50 years up in fits, right? And after 1 year, Mark moved on to some IRL stuff, and I was able to take over the role as team manager. And part of that was being a liaison and organizing the things with Pro Circuit. You didn't come through Team Green, but a number of Mitch's riders had come through the Team Green program, which really helped Team Green get riders because they knew that was kind of their best opportunity to make it into the pro ranks.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like Team Green was sort of a step ahead of everyone in terms of that amateur program. The earliest races I was going to, amateur races, have been like the World Mini, Ponca City back in 85, 86. And man, Team Green was like a village, that big inflatable thumb, and like the pits were just impressive. That was the spot to try to get to as an amateur kid. And once they plugged in that was a pipeline to Mitch's, it made it even more valuable.
Yeah, I think at that point, all bikes were competitive. I think one of the easiest things that helped us to introduce kids to Kawasaki was the KX60, because there really wasn't anything else. And, they worked, with the Coombses, was MX Sports. And then you have the AMA for the U.S. or the Congress, I think it's called, introducing what classes and things to do. And so we were really instrumental in working with the AMA to find different levels for people and riders to transition from age and displacement in a competitive way so it'd keep them enthused.
Yeah.
Because if it's the first time you went to an amateur race and all of a sudden you're thrown in with the top 8 riders, you're like, Dad and Mom's going to go, hey, what are we doing? We're not even in a hunt.
Yeah.
So building that transition and understanding what the rules were for AMA for amateur competition. And one of the things I quickly found out is that just like in stick and ball sports, 6 months makes a huge difference. So if you're, the age of 12 to 12 and a half, your learning curve could be, and the way you grow may be substantial, right? So all of a sudden you're riding a KX80, and then I need a big wheel, a KX80, and a 125 is too big. So understanding all that and knowing that you're going to contract a rider, and their goal for them is to be successful at Loretta Lynn's in August. It's really, and then you make the transition after that, right? All the other amateur events, whether it's World Mini or,
Mini O's
or GNCs and all these other ones, they're all kind of contingent. They all go around. Even Ponca was like that. Ponca was the place at first, and then Loretta stepped in and kind of took over that role. But most of the time, the riders, we would spend talking to the parents, because I mean they were the voice of that, right?
Yeah.
They would be the ones. All the riders, all they wanted to do, they were just kids. They just want to ride.
Yeah.
You know, and so, but I sure had the opportunity to work with some great riders. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It didn't really strike me till right now, but I feel like these other manufacturers were missing that link, right? Like you'd get them started on a PW. How many people started on a PW Yamaha?
Pretty much all of them.
But then they only made a 60 for a couple of years, and then you'd start them out on a PW and then lose them to probably Kawasaki, right? And then you had to try to win them back on the 80. Seems like a hole in their program.
Interesting is that, I mean, Yamaha competition support used to be really the pinnacle, I think, early in the Baja City days, right? In the early 80s, mid 80s. And then the way I understand it is that Kawasaki really was only going to be a pilot program, which has now gone over 30 years, is I think where it's at, right?
The Team
Green program. But it was so successful in what it did to introduce people to the Kawasaki brand. And in our industry, just like any industry, people are somewhat loyal. If you have good luck with a Kawasaki KX125 and you need something for your farm, a mule or a side-by-side or a jet ski, or every brand makes every product there is out there.
Right.
So, you go there and you'd see that, okay, these people, they've got 3 or 4 Kawasaki's, in their trailer. They also got a mule. They've got this.
Yeah.
They got a Kawasaki generator. So it just helps promote the brand.
Of course. Yeah.
One of the challenges that we had was sometimes marketing people don't see the big picture of that. Let's just say you're riding a KX60 Ping. So how many does that take to be competitive for the whole year?
3 at a minimum, right?
And then for Loretta's, you got a stock and a mod class. And so what's Dad going to do? He's going to lay down more money to have a brand new, fresh stock bike.
Yeah.
So, I mean, through the course of the year, you may go through, let's just say, 4 KX60s. The marketing people they just said, we don't make enough money on a KX60. We make a lot of money on a cruiser. And myself, I would be going to bat and going, this is what we just talked about. It's just not one KX60.
Right.
And the other is that, so they buy that Kawasaki Cruiser. Where are they going next? That thing's just going to sit in the garage for the most part.
Right. You're not burning through parts on that, where a KX60 kid is coming in for pistons and clutches. And
as soon as he gets through with Loretta Lynn's, and if he's old enough and big enough, he's moving to the 80 class. And so that's, okay, sell all those KX60s. We now need 3 or 4 KX85s or 80s, whatever it is, And so, and then, I mean, we were constantly battling. So we owned that class 100% for a number of years. Then all of a sudden, KTM, like, hey, that's a market. And that's what KTM's good at. They'd go, hey, there's a void. That KX60 is now 10 years old, right? It's old. And no change. We haven't changed graphics on it.
That thing got water cooled in 1985, and I mean it went decades and decades without really changing.
Right, correct. And that was our argument. It's like I remember I did a study with. I mean, the same thing as at Team Green. Our desert program was phenomenal. I mean, Baja 1000, Hare and Hounds, all the championships that they won.
Yeah.
But just because the KX 500. It was like 13 years old. I mean, it was long in tooth, And they're going, well, we're not selling enough to spend the money, and development cost is really, really expensive for manufacturers. And my point is that, well, why should you buy a new one? Because it's the same, it's the thing. I'm going to just first thing I'm going to do and guy buys a bike, go to Pro Circuit or FMF and buy a pipe, right? Go get bar, rental, or whatever it is, this graphics, all that stuff. If you had a good bike with those components on it, similar to what KTM did in the early 2000s, right? They built a bike ready to race. It's already got those parts on it.
Yeah.
So working hand in hand and working with our R&D group and production group was always a challenge. And it's the same thing is that you're a dirt bike guy. You're like, we need. On the other side of the the aisle there, the street people are going, we need. And then you got the adventure bikes coming out and this, and the manufacturer's R&D group is only this big. They can't do it all, right? And that's kind of what happens. And I think, and a parent,
And is that part of why the 3 to 4 year cycle? It's like, okay, we're going to work on motocross, then kind of trace that up for 4 years. Okay, now we can spend these years. Let's work on the street stuff.
they do. I mean, it's some products are a worldwide market, right? So you got to understand the rules and the regulations for all that stuff. And so that's why we would really try to communicate with the AMA and the Coombses on the rules and the parameters for the amateur races, because that was our responsibility. So if you're this age or this rider ability, we want to give you the best tool possible so you can succeed. And as a mom and dad, it's just like if you have kids that play baseball, junior hits the ball and then all of a sudden there's an aluminum bat. It's not junior, it's the bat. So we're going to buy him that new bat. And then it's a carbon fiber bat, right? I mean, it's nonstop. And then you got these shoes, you got those shoes, you got that glove. It's just expensive. So is racing, right? So, but I understand that. I mean, you're only going to go to Loretta's in the 12 to 13-year-old class for 2 years. And if you're trying to get a ride with Kawasaki or one of the other brands out there, the only way you're going to get noticed is results. So I got to give my kid the best opportunity to do that. And that's just kind of how the whole system works. Yeah.
Well, they were definitely ahead of their time. Yamaha's got the Blue Crew now. Suzuki's got the RM Army. So they've kind of all tried to do their own thing, but I think KTM, the Orange Brigade, has really done a good job of mimicking what Kawasaki did. Yamaha's doing a great job with the Blue Crew. But there's still, like I said, KTM's the only one building a 60. Building like a progression of, okay, you got this little electric bike onto the 65, onto the 85, onto the 105, onto the, 125.
Well, just think of the transition that there was when all of a sudden you're a young rider and you're on a big wheel 100 or an 85 and you get a transition to a 250F.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. I've pushed for I always am chirping, hey, we need to keep 125s around, just if nothing else for that, to let the guys have a year on 125 before they jump on a 250.
It's just like anything. If you just taking somebody out here to ride at Glen Helen or something, if their first ride is intimidating to them, they're going to be reluctant to want to continue to do that, right? That's where you always say, well, just put your feet on the ground, get your feet on the ground. And okay, now let's look at the Striders and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Just feet on the ground, pedal.
Oh, this Stasic thing to me is one of the best investments into the future of our sport. Because you got kids, the minute they can walk, they're learning how to work a throttle, right? And avoiding the whiskey throttle scenarios we'd normally see when somebody starts on a bigger bike and just goes and straight into a wall or fence. You were there at Team Green, so 94 to 01, pretty good span. That was during like a lot of stuff that happened at Kawasaki, a lot of race wins and championships for Mitch, but also off-road side as well. Danny Hamill, you were there when he was...
Yeah, unfortunately, I was there when Danny got hit by a car in the Baja 500 that was that year. And, Mark Johnson was really instrumental in getting Baja back on board with Kawasaki. I mean, they had Danny Laporte, Larry Rossler, Ted Honeycutt, Ty Davis, Danny Hamill. I mean, they had Larry Rossler, they had the who's of desert racing right in their product, right? But Mark loved Baja. I mean, I had already had my fill of Baja because I had done it for a couple of years at Yamaha, but I was on board. I was part of it, and when I was there, we did it. And we had one. Mark left, and then I moved into being the chase person in the helicopter, right? And we had lost Danny, And that really was, that hurt the whole program. And obviously it was a great loss. But once I was able to fly at a helicopter and I saw the dangers that were presented to our guys, I came back and it's like, everything you do there's a gain, a reward, and a risk.
Yeah.
And if the risk outweighs the reward, then what are we really trying to do? What are we going to accomplish, right? So Kawasaki had won 9 Baja 1000s in a row, 10 Baja 500s in a row, a number of the San Felipe races. And after I flew in that helicopter twice, I came back and I told our management at Kawasaki, it's like, we don't need to do this anymore. Like we need to race off-road, but we need to race in a more controlled environment.
What were you seeing?
I saw, well, we would have a helicopter, and I coordinated it with the Honda guys too, because they had a chase helicopter. But when you have two riders, and sometimes they're a minute or so apart, right? So they would pre-run all week. And so they understood, and it's amazing how fast they go in a motorcycle.
Yeah, if people are familiar with Baja, you are 100 miles an hour across terrain. You've pre-ran, but that can change very easily.
Well, what happens, you pre-ran it, and then the night before, the locals decide to put a booby trap in.
Yeah.
And so if you've ridden in a desert, sometimes the haze and the line of sight gets a little distorted, right? So you're riding this fast, and all of a sudden, there's a booby trap, right? So the first time I remember coming out of Ensenada, and I see, it's easy to pick, because there's all of a sudden, you're in the middle of nowhere, and there's all of a sudden a bunch of locals hanging out. Like, there's no reason to hang out other than you guys have done something. So they would create a booby trap of one means or another. So we would come and hover. And we had a relationship with the Honda guys, who's ever in front. If there's hover, and we then have radios to control to the riders too, right? Before we weren't allowed to do that, but it's like, this has to happen. So we would sit there and hover. So they're coming up, they know something's up, right? So the challenge that I had was, these guys went through that booby trap, made it through there successfully, or continued on the road. Now you got about, at that point early in the race, there might be a minute gap. So you're still there waiting for these guys to come to tell them, your second team, what's around that.
Meanwhile, yeah.
You don't know. So the whole time you're almost panicking. It's like, oh shit, I got to get over there. What are we going to do? And the same thing with the Honda guys. Like, we'd radio to them, say, hey, mile marker this or whatever. Tell your guys, or be there. Be aware of that stuff, right? So once you see all that stuff, and the other is that when I would pre-run with those guys, and not even close to going as fast as those guys. But there's so many locals down there that aren't even aware that there is a race going to happen. And you're going through a sand wash very fast. And then there's crossroads, like all through. And this guy's got his goats and he's on his truck and he's just putting along. It's an accident waiting to happen.
Yeah.
And then the other is that, if something happens, we got to get this person back to getting taken care of. And it's just like, again, I understand it. It's exciting. Some guys went down, they just did the San Felipe 250, and they come back and they're telling me all the stories about the stuff, and that's part of it. It's challenging and a risk almost for all your chase people too, because Kawasaki, we had a pit program, and there may be 20 pits in a Baja 1000 if it's point to point, and so we're sending people down in all these remote locations, or sometimes they're easy to get to, sometimes not. But just getting in and out of those things is sometimes a challenge.
Yeah, and dangerous.
So we talked to our management. KHI wanted us to race it. They were saying, let's just race and win 10 Baja 1000s and then we can call it quit. And I was like, it doesn't matter. We're the only ones that's promoting this. I may be wrong, but that's my thought at that time. I said, but Casey Folks is starting a Best of the Desert series, doing a Reno to Vegas, Pahrump 200. There's 4 or 5 races that they put on, but it's a little bit more controlled environment. And if we got a helicopter there or somebody gets injured, there's a hospital in Pahrump. There's a hospital in Reno,
Well, yeah, you You crash at 100 miles an hour, it's going to be traumatic injuries. You need to be to a trauma center. People don't realize, they don't factor that in. Like when I was riding and racing, I never thought about Glamis. I never thought of the repercussions, right? And now as a paramedic, when I understand that golden hour from the time something big happens, you have about an hour until your body can't compensate anymore, depending on what it is, right? If you're in Mexico, you think you're going to get from the ground to a trauma center in an hour? Probably not. You know, maybe to some crappy Mexican hospital, but good luck.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, Larry Rosser drives a trophy truck now, you know, I mean, those things are amazing, but they can hit stuff, and you got a roll cage and everything else, just like NASCAR, anything else, right?
Yeah.
On a motorcycle, you're pretty vulnerable, right? And the other is that you could be, you know, it's basically generally, we would set up pits about 50 miles in between, you know, 50 miles span. So somewhere in there, you had radio, and you'd say, hey, did ping come through at checkpoint 2? Yeah, he came through. Okay. We're suspecting that you're going to come through. The time frame is this much. All of a sudden, it's like, where's ping? Did he break down? Did it do it? And desert racers are really, really good at, if somebody does fall, they stop. Mm-hmm. The race is not that important. They'll stop, ping, you okay? Okay, I'm going. I'll tell them at the next pit where you're at. They'll come back and get you. Just hang loose, right? But I mean, for the guys who do it, the thrill, the excitement, I understand that. But as a manager and being responsible for all those guys, it can happen anywhere, right? But there's more chance.
Yeah, you start to look at the, like you said, risk versus reward. And it's like, this isn't making sense. Yeah.
And again, there's some great races in the United States. I mean, look at the car and the things that happen. And it's like, those guys are warriors. They want to do it. I understand it, but I just got to the point where it's like, I'd rather put our efforts someplace else.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never heard anybody really vocalize that. I've thought that for years, like, this is insane. It's insane that we send our guys into that, just because of what you don't know, you know. There's so much, like you said, we can kind of cordon off an area of the desert here for a local desert race and make sure, like, kind of keep those unexpected things to a minimum, right? Down there, it's a free-for-all.
Yeah, I mean, and it used to be when I first went down there, like with Yamaha and stuff, you know, the Ensenada in the city was this big, right? Well, just like everything, it's getting bigger. So you had this area that you really, like, hey, LR, take it easy through here because you never know what's going to happen, right? But once you get out here in the world, in the desolate desert, you're probably okay, right? Your victim is, you're going to be you yourself, you know, or self-induced. But I mean, the people that they just want to stand right along the side of the track, you know. But it used to be this big, now it's this big, and then San Felipe's, it's grown, you know. So it's around here. Every place you go, the cities get bigger and bigger and bigger, and so the little barrier is just like you were talking about when we got here. You know, I used to be able to go riding out of my house. Now I can't.
Yeah.
Right.
So between Danny Hamlin and Caselli, you think we would have learned, like, more people would have kind of woken up to what you're saying, but it sure doesn't seem like it. People are gung ho.
They do. I mean, Kurtz was a unique, and he kind of, I think they suspect he hit an animal, you know. For Danny, he had a off-duty police officer right in the middle of town. Kurt was out in the middle of nowhere. But there's risk when you're on a supercross track, Ping.
Yeah, of course.
And you're a racer. Racer at heart. Don't think about it. Baseball players, ball's coming 100 mile an hour at you now. You know, if it hits you, it could kill you. They don't think that.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm prepared. I mean, that's just part. Look at all I think that we, as team managers, and we just have to minimize the risk. There's always going to be risk.
Yeah.
No matter what.
But control what you can control. Yeah. And down there's so much you can't control.
Well, we carried a trauma nurse with us.
Oh, did you?
When I was at Kawasaki in our in our helicopter was the pilot, myself, and a trauma nurse. So we did that. This was even before Danny's incident. Mark instituted that. It's like, okay, we're doing everything we can on our side to keep to do that.
And that's good, right? But still, if you're bleeding internally, definitive care is at the hospital, right? You need surgery. A medic or a nurse can keep you alive a little longer, but no, still got to get to a trauma center.
Without, then the other thing is that at dusk, all helicopters got to park, right? So now you're out in a chase vehicle, trying to run down the side of the road to stay up with your car.
Yeah, it's sketchy.
But I again, I mean, it's still pretty healthy.
So what happened with Danny? This guy pulled out into the road?
Yeah, we were only right out Ensenada. There was two of our groups, two chase teams. We used to divide it up like two chase groups, right? Would go, let's just say, team 1 and team 2. No depth, just where they started, right? And so we would go and we would take care of all their wheel changes and everything. And we were just standing outside of Ensenada, and Danny had just come by me and just gave me the thumbs up, and it's like going in probably 150 yards in front of them. And a off-duty police officer didn't see him, just cut in front, and there was no speed limits there either. I mean, so they're just flat out 100, right? Yeah. I mean, that's how desert racers are. They're flat out.
Yeah.
And we didn't know it at the time, and we were doing everything we could to keep him alive, but he had severed his aorta, and the good and bad is he probably didn't feel anything. That's, if there's anything about dying, maybe that's the best way. But Roger Hamill and Mrs. Hamill, I mean,
were they there?
They weren't there present, right? We had radioed for SCORE helicopter to come in, and their doctors came up and they took him to Ensenada Hospital, and they pronounced him he had passed away. So
heavy.
Yeah.
And he was like such a nice guy. I'd only met him a couple.
He was a young guy, but I had been over there. There was an area by San Felipe pre-running with those guys, and they were like, "Hey, Slice, come over here, watch how fast we go." They just love to go fast. And Danny was in a sense, a big kid, and he could muscle that KF 500.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he fast.
Yeah.
So
I remember, I think it was at Vegas in '95. We did like a little tribute to him before the opening ceremony. Do you remember that? We kind of lined up in missing man formation out on the start. And it was emotional, man. It was heavy.
Yeah, he was. I mean, they lived in Boulder. Marcia Roger Hamill, and then his brother. I mean, they were all instrumental in the Work Series.
Like, I didn't know that.
The Work Series started a couple years after that, and that was David Hamill, Marcia, and Roger were really quite instrumental in putting all that together, which was really like a West Coast GNCC type of a format, right? And that's Kirk Caselli became really quite well known because he had won that championship and just was still, just a young guy.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah. Wow. What else stands out from your time there at Team Green?
Well, I think that just all the different racers that I was able to work with, both off-road and motocross. And then we did an arena cross program. We had a lot of success.
Was that Babbitt's? I'm trying to think of who that was.
No, that was a guy from St. Louis. And then there was Greg by Kawasaki that we did something. Myers was his name. Anyway, we had, Mike Jones, Jeremy Buell.
Okay.
Denny Stevenson, Cliff Palmer.
Okay.
A lot of guys. I mean, Dennis Hawthorne used to ride arena cross.
Oh yeah, Hawthorne was the original cat.
He won championships, and he came to work for us at Team Green. A lot of unique people, and parents who sacrificed. I mean,
yeah,
they were 24/7 for the kids,
Yeah, I know.
and then you got, I mean, for a number of years, Team Green, like the rookie of the year for pro racing was a Team Green rider, for almost 10 years, from McGrath, Damon Huffman, Ricky, Bubba, Wyndham.
Yeah, I think Decker maybe. Did he win it too? Craig Decker?
Decker, yeah.
Was a Team Green kid from...
I mean, riders, and we were able to we had such support from Kawasaki corporate that, you may be the fastest guy in Temecula, but you're not racing over at Southwick this weekend. We got to have somebody, a presence to represent us, and you look at all the different classes and organize. And the hardest thing was, I think, for us is at the end of the year, is that someone either didn't have the best year or was injured or something, is having to almost have to let them go. Because, that was, in a sense, that was their dream. I mean, we'd call, and I remember being on the phone with a parent that were offering them an opportunity to ride with Team Green. I mean, they're like screaming and yelling, "This is all right, we're on." Because, all of a sudden that's helping dad and mom financially. And all of a sudden it says, hey, your son or your daughter is
being noticed,
right? And we did a whole bunch with women in motocross. I mean, we had, I think, a pretty good program, and just be able to showcase how good women can be on a motorcycle. And
Mercedes Gonzalez, right?
Mercedes was there, Christy Shealy, Dee Woods.
Sue Fish, was she a Team Green too?
No, she was a Yamaha girl.
Oh, she was young.
She's like one of the first. Okay. You're dating yourself. That's old.
I am old.
But
yeah,
there's a lot. And we used to try to do a lot of things. One year I worked a program with Creative Nails, which was kind of a fun thing. Creative Nails did women's stuff.
Yeah, I got you.
You know about that. So usually mom, you think about it, Loretta Lynn's, what's the focus? To the racetrack.
Yeah.
Dad taking care of the bike. But mom's make dinner, do clothes, make dinner, do clothes, repeat, right?
Yeah.
For 5-6 days. So on setup day, whatever it was, Monday, I guess it was, we brought in about 8 manicurists and stuff, and we made an offer. We had them make all these Team Green colors, greens and silvers and blacks and purples. And so all the Team Green moms were able to come in and get the fingernails done.
Oh, that's cool.
Kind of make them feel good, which was kind of a nice thing. And they're like, oh, this is pretty cool. Okay, now back to making dinner.
Yeah, laundry,
dinner, just that. But, so many, I mean, you could see, I always looked at it as that you see the ability on a kid on a 60 or an 80, and essentially you can almost say this individual's got potential.
Yeah.
As long as they keep everything going.
Yeah.
In.
Yeah, you can kind of see it, right? Okay, so take me through your next thing was, for 2 years you were at KTM, and this is where you were my manager at KTM, Red Bull KTM, 2002. We had support.
I think 4 years. Oh, I know. 2. Oh, that's a Motocross Super.
2 with Motocross Supercross. Yeah.
Well, I was interesting.
How did you get there? Did you go down to meet with Sal?
No, I didn't meet with Sal.
Okay.
Guy Cooper called me and said he was riding KTMs, I think, or was that a KTM dealer? I don't know what Cooper's role was.
Okay.
But he said he was talking to Rod Bush, who was the president of KTM USA, and Rod had asked him, they wanted to put Sal in another role. And so it's like, okay, we want to find somebody to replace Sal Varaj. So Cooper had told Rod that I was like the best team manager ever because we won a championship, I guess, right? So Rod called me and said, hey, Heeben, this is what we want to do. We're going to do the Red Bull Supercross team. We got only 125. You interested? And I, at Kawasaki, I'd been there like 9.5 years. I really wasn't looking, but the discussion we had earlier about production bikes, I sensed that Kawasaki was not going to continue to be aggressive in the production of competitive off-road bikes. And that kind of frustrated me. And it's like, come on, you guys, see the light at the end of the tunnel. These help sell everything and recognize the brand.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, let's see what we can do. So I talked to Kurt Nickel and from Europe, and I talked to Stefan Pierre, the owner of KTM. So I said, okay. So at that point, KTM was down in El Cajon, right? And I walked in there the first day I walked in there, and I was like, this was a mistake. You remember that shop?
I went in and had to sign my contract in 01, the year before. So it was maybe even worse. And I remember thinking, oh boy.
I walked in there, I was like, Salvarage. What is this? A race shop. You know, Sal is, right? And I'm like, this is bad. This is not what I thought at all. Shame on me for not coming.
Do you know what I remember the most from my meeting in there? Like, other than being completely underwhelmed with the setup, is so goes, look how organized they have, and he's showing me all the icons he has on his desktop. It's like a 2-screen computer, right? Which at the time was pretty high end. And he's showing me how many icons he has. Like, okay,
yeah,
cool. Anyway, back to the bikes and things that matter to me, and I'm like, what have I done? It was just.
It reminded me, because I'll go back a little bit. When I was at Suzuki, Tosh and Bob Hanna come to me and they say, hey, we want to hire Krodowski next year from Honda, right?
Okay.
And Suzuki had no race shop. We had no, and I knew what Honda had, right? So Tosh is like, hey, why don't you invite Mike Krodowski to come to Suzuki? And I was like, Tosh, do you want to hire this guy or not? And he's like, yeah. I go, if he walks in here and I got to take him back to where there is no race shop,
he's not coming.
He is. I don't care how much we pay him. He's not signing. There's no way. We don't have a race shop. We don't have this. We don't have that. We don't have that. It's like, we better just sell him on something other than we got a program to support you, right?
Yeah.
And so that's when I went into, KTM, I was like, oh man, this is bad. And so I'm going down and back, and it's hot in there. There's no air. It's just like a sweat box. El Cajon, the blast furnace. So I go home, and my boss, the old boss at Kawasaki, Bob Moffitt, he would call me all the time or send me emails and say, hey, Heeben, what do you think of this guy? What do you think of this guy? What do you think of this guy, right? And I'm like, oh, he's okay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I would say good or bad, right? And he's okay. So then after a week of driving down to El Cajon from Orange County, coming home, I was like, I should have not have done that. I really shouldn't have done it. So I called Bob Moffitt. I was like, hey, Bob, I go, you keep asking me about these guys. What if I just put my tail between my legs and I come back and beg for mercy and just say, hire me back, He's like, why, what's up? And I'm going, this is not what I anticipated, right? He's like, hey, we generally don't do that, but I haven't found anybody to replace you. If you want, I'll go to bat for you, I said, okay, let me think about it on the weekend, right? So I thought about it, talked with my wife and Sandy, and it's like, okay, Heeben, you made the decision. You got to live by it. Right or wrong, you better make it work, right? So I called Bob back. I go, Bob, look, you guys didn't fire me. I left on my own, right? So I chose to do this. I got to make this work, right? So it's like, okay, so get going. I go, first of all, Kurt, we need a race shop. This is bullshit. We had nothing, right? And Harry Nolte's in the back on a dyno, and how can you do dyno work when it's 120 degrees, right? You can't. We didn't have a test track. Supercross track we had to work on.
Yeah, you're right. There wasn't one.
So I was like, okay, here's what we got, Mr. Pierre and Kurt. We got all this stuff. I got 4 good riders that want to go racing, and we got a great baseline bike, right? So it's like, okay, let's start putting it together. So first of all, I needed a race shop. So I called Skinner. We built all those cabinets and all that stuff in there. Kind of made a parts room, called Stu Peters and Mark Peters and Jerry from Corona Clay. Like, how much is that piece of property? Just start writing checks. Basically, it's like, we need a test track. We need all this stuff, right? And then at first we didn't have a water truck. Then Brock Sellerns bought that Army thing, but he wanted to spend more time riding around than riding in it, than riding his bike, right?
Yeah.
But Brock would get there early and getting that. It was an Army.
I remember.
Salvage.
It was a total Brock Sellard special.
It was. So anyway, so he did all.
Was the race shop in El Cajon that whole year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The whole first year. And then I got part of building. They wanted to build a new West Coast facility, right? So they had this guy, John Zolikoff. Him and I worked with Rod, and we went and we did the whole corridor in a helicopter of locations, and they did this whole map. Where are all the motorsports companies based, right? And more people were shifting out to the Corona area, right off the 15 corridor. So it's like, okay, well, all of our test tracks out here, there's you can get to San Diego or Ontario Airport. Let's find a home, right? So they actually bought property on the other side of Winchester is where their place was. Had it all done. We were working on the whole layout. I mean, we had what I thought was an awesome layout for a facility. We had a standalone Supercross track on the perimeter. And then the race shop, all the offices were upstairs with the race shop down, so people could come in and look, and the race shop would be underneath, right? Working all that stuff, had it all laid out. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Pierre's like, no, we're not going to do nothing because the euro was taking a dive, and it was rather costly to build all that stuff. So we just aced that. Then they started looking, and they ended up buying or renting that place off of Winchester and De Anza, right?
Yeah.
So we did that first year, and part of that first year, and I think we had that race shop all done because Stephen Pierre and all the Euros came over for San Diego Supercross, and we had Marty came and made a barbecue cookout. Yeah, they kind of open house, but I mean, you guys were awesome, and we were up against all the top dogs, I mean, started out, we won 2 of the 3 Anaheims.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, wow, that's crazy. And then at Arizona, I don't know what you did. You just whiskey throttled it and blew it up or something.
That's not exactly how it happened.
But the worst picture of my life is I'm in the back of a mule with the front end of the bike. I'm carrying you back, and you're wadded up. But let's walk us through that incident.
Well, so yeah, the weekend before, I won A2, first American to ever win a Supercross on a KTM. We were right there in the points. I want to say we were only 5 points off of Stewart because he had gone he crashed a bunch at the opener. I don't know how he finished. Then he won San Diego
on 250s. They were on 250Fs.
Yeah. Yamaha Troy guys were. Yeah. So then...
Well, Stewart was on a Cowie.
Stewart was on a Cowie. Yeah. So I can't remember what he got the opener, won the second round, was second to me at Anaheim. So he was leading, but he was only by a couple of points. So I went into Phoenix in the hunt. And I'm leading my heat, but I don't know if you remember this. So they sent over a lighter piston, and we never really endurance tested it. They just said, oh, on the dyno it's better. We confirmed that here. We rode with it, I think, one day before we went to Phoenix. And we were like, yeah, it's better. It feels lighter. It picks up quicker. And the last lap of my heat, I went to hit that triple, and I heard the tone of the bike change on the takeoff, and I'm like, that's not good. And then as I'm trying to panic rev, the skirt of the piston broke off, and it's just locking up. So I'm lucky it broke in half, or I think I'd have been...
Really, I'm lucky that the KTM at that time didn't have a pinch bolt on the top clamp, because it basically, I'd always say, how come we don't have a pinch bolt on here? Because once it broke the top clamp, the whole front end fell.
Yeah.
Right? If it had a top clamp, you would have probably been a lot worse.
Yeah, femur, or who knows, man. So anyway, yeah, that was a weird one. And I was yelling at my mechanic. It was Tripes' little brother. Chief. I'm like, hey, get my bike ready. I wanted to go out for the LCQ, and Bodner wouldn't let me. He was like, nah, you're spitting up a little blood. It could be something internal. You got to go.
Yeah, well, at first we thought, it just that you landed and the bike snapped. But then we realized the thing seized. It was not, it just happened, but you didn't really have a choice.
Well, then do you remember you guys split Billy and Brock's bikes down before the mains, and both of their pistons had cracks. So you guys went back to the other piston.
Switch stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it was a interesting season. I mean, and it just...
And then I think Brock won the next round, A2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brock won. And then actually they were, I think Billy was in the hunt to win A3, or you were. And I think Billy was, and he crashed.
Yeah.
Right, or something. But that would have been a historic event.
Didn't GL ride the 125 outdoors that year too?
Yeah. Well, GL rode 125 East Coast because he was racing against Chad on the 250F.
That's right.
Right. And so, I mean, but I was listening, it's like in those days, 125s had to really time it properly to do it triple.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But the 250F could just automatic, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these guys used to wind it up. And even though the KTM was probably the fastest 125 out there, it was a lot to compete because I think that they had Fonseca was on a 250F, right?
Fonseca was on the West in 01. And then 02, I don't know if he ran the number one. I want to say no, he moved up because he had won the East already, came over in 01 and won the West Coast. So in 02 would have been, it was Ramsey and they had Roderick Tane on it, and they had, I'm brain farting, but Roderick Tane was their guy on the West side.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, so we did,
it was a good year, you know.
I mean, outdoors we did okay too, you know, and then I, at the end of that year, I'm still looking at, let's keep working on our 125 program in like, I want to say, oh no, it was not September, it was earlier July. I had gone, well, I'll go through this real quick. I was at Mammoth and MC and I were playing golf. And he was saying, he's like, hey, Slice, what do you guys got going on next year? I was like, well, actually, we got a brand new bike, do 250. And this must have been in August or July or something. But so he's like, hey, I don't know if I'm going to sign with Yamaha because, you know, they're kind of wishy-washy on what they want to pay me, this and that. And I'm going, do you really want to race? I mean, are you really wanting? Because Honda benefited from Yamaha's, let's not solidifying the contract for Bob Hanna, Ricky Johnson, Jeff Stanton, Ronnie Lachine, because they were all bound to win championships, I believe. But they were motivated when they left Yamaha to show Yamaha that, hey, you guys should have kept me around, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking back to those days, and I'm like, Jeremy, you know, if you really want to race and you think you're still competitive, and at that point it was only, you know, the three most popular guys on the track was Jeremy, Bubba, and Pastrana.
Yeah.
I mean, they were purely the fan favorites, right? So I said, hey, if you really want, I'll go to bat and see if we can't get something organized. He goes, well, I need to ride the bike. I said, for sure, because if you don't think it's competitive, we're wasting our time. So he had his bike, his practice Yamaha still, and he came down and rode on our Supercross track, and then rode rode our bike a number of times, and kind of was like, hey, this thing's not so bad.
Was it like a factory bike shipped over from Europe, or was this a production base?
It was like our first production type bike, right? So we had built it into a test bike. So anyway, we did all that, and it's like, I think this thing's pretty good. And he, you know, he even rode it out on the Yamaha track. And so I got with Kurt and got with Rod and Mr. Pierre, and, you know, we put together a package for him. And I mean, if you can imagine it, for the status that Jeremy had, all of a sudden he's going to ride a KTM. It was like huge news.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then they had their Bud Light deal. And then at the same time, you know, Kurt and Mr. Pierre had said, hey, we want Grant Langston and Joaquin Rodriguez. Red Bull wants a 250 factory team. And they're like, I hate to say this, Grant can't ride 7 Supercrosses on a 125 without getting hurt. I don't know how he's going to ride a 250. I don't think he's ready for 250. And obviously that relationship was over me, and they decided that Grant's going to ride 250. I said, okay. Joaquin had only ridden arena crosses in Portugal, so, you know, this is good. So I got this, and then, you left, I think, and they brought in Metcalf. All their riders they had was dictated by somebody else, right? They would just go, this is who you got. This is who you got. This is who you got. Okay, so it's like, okay, so that's the same year we had that World Supercross program. So I'm at the office or at home. I get a call. Jeremy's at the Supercross track. Jeremy crashes, dislocates his hip. Kind of a miscue with our guys with something on the motorcycle to cause that to happen. And now,
Oh, really? It was like jetting?
there's a bang kind of a, anyway, it shouldn't have ever happened, but it happened. Anyway, so Jeremy's never really had any major injuries. So Jeremy, they sort all that out. Jeremy goes to a race in Europe someplace. Him and Jimmy Button collide in midair. Jeremy hits the turf, concussion. So now Jeremy just got married, had a dislocated hip, and has a concussion. 3 new things that he's all new to experience, right?
Yeah.
Not good. Well, one good. Anyway, I hope. So we go to those races in Europe, and we had to build a semi, and I had to do testing with Joaquin, and we were constantly challenging KTM. Like we would go, hey, we're having a problem with this part, right? This thing failed. And they're like, well, let's look into it. And they would, instead of us being forthcoming and telling us, hey, watch out, this bottle of water is going to break, they'd wait till it broke and then say, oh, yeah.
We've seen that.
We've seen that. And like, it's just not a team effort, and it really was kind of frustrating. And then I had asked, this is another good one, I had asked for a suspension guy. And we had Kaipo, great kid, but didn't have a big book of knowledge of
He was pretty new at the time.
Yeah, we had a PDF system with no link, which was its own challenging because you had spring rates that were all progressive, right? So they go, okay, Heeben, we're going to give you, we got a WFP factory suspension is going to be there. Perfect. Guy shows up, MC's testing. Jeremy goes, hey, Slice, I need more rebound because the thing's moving around, right? And this is at our test track. And I go, okay. And so I won't mention a name, but anyway, so our suspension guy's like, no, you don't need more rebound. So this earlier, I find out that our suspension, I go, hey, what's your knowledge? You're like our guy now, right? Suspension guy. I do road race. No, you're a WP factory guy. What do you do? I've road raced World Superbike. Okay, how many times have you seen a Supercross?
Oh, no.
Crickets, 0. So we go Supercross. Jeremy goes, hey, I need rebound. He's like, not going to do it. Got enough. So Jeremy calls me over and goes, hey, it's like, would you tell this guy what we need? So I go and tell him, I go, hey, look, this is your first time at a Supercross track. This guy's 4 or 5 times Supercross champion. If he tells you to turn the bleed all the way to 0, just do it. I trust that he knows a little bit more than you do than him. And he's like, that's not the way we do it. This is how we're going to do it now. I hate to tell you that. And so that was a little challenge. And that happened on where, Kaipo was at the point where it's been around for a year, and, he's kind of handcuffed because this is the shell answer guy for us for WP suspension. And so it was certainly a learning curve, for everybody, but frustrating, I'd say, at times, right?
Yeah, it sounds like it. Jeez, if you're not going to listen to Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, if he said, this is what I want, then give him what he wants.
Jeez. You also, that year, 2003, you had Rhino battling for that outdoor title.
Yeah, well, I had gotten
Rhino.
I got fired before that.
Oh,
before that.
Okay.
Let's just go to the start of 2003. Christmas Eve, we did those 2 races in Europe, and all of a sudden where Jeremy was just really good, the bike changed mysteriously between what we had been testing and what we were given to race in Europe, right? So Skip Norfolk was Jeremy's mechanic, and they're like, this is wrong. Everything's just, it's a cluster. And no one's really anting up to say, oh, well, we changed that, like you said about the pistons and stuff. It's like, hey, we're all kind of in this together, right? So anyway, Jeremy had bad luck. The whole team, Grant really wasn't ready for 250. Joaquin was certainly ready for us, right?
Yeah.
So, Christmas Eve, MC calls me and goes, hey, Slice, how you doing? I'm going, I'm good. How we doing? We getting ready for Anaheim? Well, that's what I'm calling you about. I'm going to retire. I'm like, all right, perfect. Christmas gift. Thank you very much. You're like, you're going to do what? Yeah, this, I think I'm going to retire. Oh my God, this is already things were, after the world rounds were kind of going downhill. I call up Kurt, hey, this is what's happening now for Anaheim, right? So it's like, what? Well, Jeremy's retired. As of when? As of just told me right today, right? So Merry Christmas to you guys too. So anyway, we work out a deal for Jeremy to do the parade lab and do a knack over his Bud Light KTM, and they pay him something and blah, blah, blah. So we go to Anaheim 1, still sorting out this new bike. I'm on the radio. I get a call. Grant's bike, he's stuck in the whoops. Oil leaking. Transmissions just broke out of it. Okay. Next practice session, Joaquin through the whoops. Yeah, the Anaheim, they got real hard stuff the first practice. Hitting it. DNFs, it was just horrible. So, and the 125 guys were just, were doing okay, but the premiere for Red Bull and KTM was the 250 class, right? That's where they wanted to be. So we were getting ready to go to San Francisco. I don't know where we were at in the series, but none of the races were going all that great. So I had to go to Amherst, Ohio for a sales and marketing racing meeting, right? And I had to give a recap of where we are at and why we weren't doing good. And so we get all done, and Mr. Pierre comes up. He goes, hey, Heeben, before you leave, I want to talk to you and Rod, right? Rod Bush, the president. Okay. I go, hey, what's up? He goes, just to let you know, as of today, right now, you are no longer this or Supercross manager. Okay. Just, you want to fill me in why? And he's like, no big deal. It's just like in soccer. In soccer, if the team doesn't do good, they get a new coach. And it didn't really go over very well. And it's like, that was bullshit, because it was like, I said, Mr. Pierre, I go, in Europe, in soccer, who picks the players? Because you don't give me players that could actually be competitive. I already told you that, about this, and as good as Grant is, he's not ready for this yet. You got a bike that's just not performing. We got Joaquin is just fresh off the Arena Cross tour, and you're throwing him into this lion's den. And anyway, make a long story short, he's like, no, you're not. And I had hired Dave Osterman to oversee our 125 program to allow me to focus more on the 250 program when Jeremy was there. So I had to basically go to Phoenix and get everyone together and say, hey, look, this is what it is. And Larry Brooks is now your team manager and you're on your way, right? So getting back to all that was, and then later that week I got back and Rod called me and, he's like, hey, not the way I would have done it, but that's the way it is. But we want to keep you around. We would like to have you take care of all these other disciplines, everything that we do other than Supercross and Motocross. So then you're asking me about Rhino. I had contracted Rhino and John Dowd to help us with testing, and Rhino was going to do the outdoors, and John Dowd was going to do a selected amount of outdoors. Obviously, as good as he is over in Southwick and stuff,
yeah,
that would have been positive for KTM. So anyway, that's how that kind of went.
Yeah, I didn't know that. They definitely, and I don't know how it is now, but their communication was odd, right? Because you probably remember this, maybe a couple weeks before I won Anaheim that year. I had written an article about a trip I took to Austria. They have an event called Night of the Stars. You remember that? Where they bring over all their riders from all over the world. and they introduce them and they do a little thing. And it was just, I wrote an article about my trip. Like, you know, a lot of it was very complimentary, how the brass at KTM were partying and doing burnouts. And like, it was just a very tight-knit family. You could tell I thought that was cool. But I was like, you know, I'm staying in a hotel room that's the size of my closet, and my milk is warm in the morning, and everybody's smoking cigarettes, and the typical European stuff. I didn't think I was being funny, you know, like, you know, my writing has always been a little.
If you've ever traveled to Europe, those are the three elements that are pretty standard.
Pretty standard, right? Not like I'm breaking ground with anything. And someone over there was offended and called Kurt. I don't know if you were involved in this, and just said, "We want Pingree fired for that." Well, and I went out and won Anaheim. So Kurt sat me down after that race and goes, "You know, they told me I should fire you, but I think now we'll just go through Supercross," because I had a Supercross only deal anyway.
Yeah.
But I just let you know, after Supercross, we're definitely not going to bring you back. I'm like, okay, cool. So they were pissed.
Yeah, there's some things. I mean, you know, there's people in our industry who bleed the color that they work for. And, you know, Selmerage, that guy he bleeds orange. The stuff that they have thrown.
That's curry.
Huh? Orange curry? Yeah. Well, it does. I mean, but Selmerage, I mean, like I say, I mean, he helped me a lot initially on what a cluster some of the stuff was. And, you know, just be patient. Yeah. And Rod Bush was really, really supportive. He's like, just make it happen, you know. But, and Kurt was too. But same thing, if Mr. Pierre would say something to Kurt, didn't matter what it was. That's the word. Yeah. You know, and that's just how it was, you know. So,
yeah, there's no negotiation or conversation about it.
Yeah. I mean, when he came, he actually flew over when we signed Jeremy's contract in Escondido. I mean, the guy's like, you know, Jeremy McGrath's like a hero to him, right? And as what a good businessman he is, it you know, it was like, wow, we got KTM. We have now come to this level where Jeremy McGrath is riding our motorcycle for us in the premier class of motorsports in the United States or the world at that point, Supercross, right? So, but
it was premature.
He likes to win, you know. I mean, they had, and the others that they have a lot of success. You know, like Grant won a 125 World Championship. It's not Supercross. I hate to say it, you know, there's apples and oranges, and they're like, well, this is the setting we use. It's like, that's great. We'll test that when we go to Southwick. It's not what we're going to need now, you know? Yeah. But anyway, in one sense, it really hurt because I had put a lot of time in trying to get us organized, you know? And then it's like, but then, like Rod said, okay, we got National Enduro, we got GNCC, we got the Work Series, we got Freestyle, we got this, we got that. Can you want to oversee all that? And I'm like, I don't really have a choice, you know, at that point. So I transitioned and, you know, spoke to all the riders at that point, Rhino and John Dowd, and, you know, let them carry on their way. And Grant went won a championship there, right? Yeah. I mean, I just, like I said, nothing ever against Grant. I just didn't think it's like I talked to her, sometimes you're ready for it and sometimes you're not. Yeah. Right? Build your confidence. Let him win a 125 championship.
Well, and frankly, that bike wasn't ready for it. The 250.
Yeah. It wasn't even close. I mean, Roger DeCosta, this is how unique he is. I mean, when he went, in a sense, I look at it and said, I really didn't have a lot of infrastructure behind me. I was trying to build it at KTM, a suspension person. Harry Nolte is a good engine person, but you can't do 125 and 250s, right? And so it's like, but when Roger, you know, when he built that program at Suzuki, Eon, Rob, you know, all the guys that had them, when they generated success with Ricky and Dungy and everybody else, and Roger, being as smart as he is, took that whole program. You know, and it wasn't like Roger just went to KTM. Roger took that whole program to KTM. Yeah. So they're familiar with that. Now they got the only element that's different is his motorcycle. And then they went and put a link on it, which is something that everyone had been saying for a long time. And they've been successful, you know, but Roger can get that done.
But Roger, to your point, he said, Ian, no, I need you. Rob Hendrickson, you have to come with, like, this won't work without you.
Right.
And he knew the people that were significant.
Yeah, well, yeah, same thing. Dungey, you already have an established base. You got Dungey, the whole group. Okay, how's that bike relate to what we just won the championship on? To this, that, everything has its good points and bad points, right? But I'm sure that KTM was just motivated to do whatever it takes when you got that group coming to you, because it's kind of like when I look at it, when Ricky Carmichael went from Honda to Suzuki. If it failed, it wasn't Ricky, it was the program and the bike, right? If it succeeded, in a sense, it was Ricky and the program, right? But they built on that to continue that success.
So how did you find that next position? And I had particularly talked to you about Supermoto, because I got into it about that time, 06, 07, and I had so much fun doing that.
Supermoto was phenomenal. I wanted to step back, and GNCC was the same as we had the rider that was probably the most special in the GNCC was Juhal Salomon, came over from Finland. Reminded me a lot like Jean-Michel Bale.
Is that right?
Very methodical, very understanding, knowing the track, the condition. I mean, GNCC is a 12-mile course, and they would ride or walk most of it the day before, and you got 300 motorcycles on a track. You got lappers, you got 2.5 hours, but he won that championship that year for KTM and just was really good. And we had, Mike Lafferty was the phenomenal enduro rider. I think he had won 6 or something, or when I was there, we won a couple more. And
was Shane Watts part of that?
Shane Watts was earlier. He was still part of my deal. Robbie Jenks was there, won a national hare and hound champion. I think in 1 year at KTM, we had won GNCC championship, hare and hound championship, works championship, national enduro championship, national hare scramble championship. I was like, you couldn't beat it. I mean, but that
probably won a Supermoto championship.
Well, we won 2 Supermoto championships actually too, because that was a really, really interesting time for KTM and the whole industry, right? I don't know that was the following year, 2006.
I can't remember. I did my first one in 2005. That was when they did the downtown Reno.
Okay, then 2005 was the year that we won that, because. And it must have been.
Was Wardy? I remember he was leading, and then his bike stalled. And
that was back to the CMC Stu Peters day that we're doing double points at the last race.
That's right.
So I had a bunch of Supermoto riders, but Jürgen Kunsel, Kurt Nickel, Mickey, the guy from New Zealand, Daryl Atkinson. I can't tell you, but anyway, Jürgen was kind of in the hunt for the championship, right? The premier class was the 250 class, right? So we go to Reno.
450, right?
It was 450. Yeah. Sorry. Doug Henry was riding.
Doug Henry was right, but he had gotten hurt, I think, at Colorado.
Okay.
Remember, he went over the bars.
Oh, so Wardy was on a Troy Lee bike, Honda, right? So Wardy's leading the championship. Jürgen and we're in the streets, and anyway, Wardy goes off a hill and bails, not bad, but can't get his bike restarted, right? So the race is going on for the main event, and Jürgen was back in like 7th or 8th. Oh, Chris Fillmore was riding too for us. So I'm starting to put all these things together. We don't really have radios or anything right there, but I'm trying to figure out, it's like double points if it first base now 50 instead of 25 or whatever it was, right? And Wardy doesn't get a point, we're going to win this thing by 2 points or something, and I'm like, come on, Jürgen says he's riding, and come to, you're just trying to do it. I remember Jürgen and Kurt was on the podium too, but Wardy didn't get into the points. And I remember going up to the AMA people, the scoring people, going, where did Wardy finish? Because I already knew Jürgen had won and Kurt was third, and Fillmore was kind of in the back, but Wardy couldn't pass Fillmore to get, anyways, the whole scenario. But we ended up winning that championship like 2 points. And it was like,
yeah, I remember Wardy and those guys being pretty bummed out.
I bet they'd be pissed because why are you coming down in the last race of double points, right? But if you rode that track, how awesome was it?
It was, there'll never be another thing like that. I mean, they literally shut down a city block in downtown Reno and built a supermoto track.
Yeah, no, I remember those guys talking because it rained one practice session and the manhole covers were like ice, they said. Like, do not go over the manhole.
Yeah, that right-hander closest to the pits, there was a cover right in the line.
Yeah.
And so you had to cut in under it or swing around it.
Yeah. And then Mickey ended up winning the championship. He kind of had an aggressive move on Darrell on the last corner. You remember they went underneath the tunnel there or underneath the casino, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, passed Darrell on the championship. So, but I really hated to see that go away because Red Bull was really supportive, but the racing was so unique.
So unique.
So, I mean,
and what a cool vibe too, right? It was like old motocross. We raced hard, but then it was everyone, the KTM guy, what was the guy's name from Wisconsin there?
Oh, Mitch Hansen.
Yeah, he'd make beer brats and just everybody would hang out together. There was a funnest group of people.
Yeah, I remember Jeremy came over, Ryan rode it. We were in Axon, Virginia. But my interesting thing was every week, KTM would just show up with more guys. Like they would go, hey, just build bikes, find bikes. And like, we had the Boris Chambon, the world champion. I mean, came over as you had, Kenny, freestyle guy. Oh, Bart Farstrom, he rode. This guy from Australia rode. This guy from South Africa. Larry Pingram rode. Chris Carr rode. I mean, I remember we did the first race at Laguna Seca was the first round.
Yeah.
We had like 12 guys. And, we had enough staffing to take care of like 3, but they're like, oh, that's right. And then it's like, he's riding a 690, he's riding a 590, he's riding this and that, Oh yeah, you guys, you can make it work. Just wing it, right?
Yeah.
And then they had, the X Games were unique.
Yeah.
Because the X Games at that point, and it's the same thing. The first, you'd have McGrath and Chad Reed and Ben Bostrom. Pastrana, all these guys. And it was the best. I mean,
Nicky Hayden came and did it one year with us.
Yeah. It was like the best of the best racers would come out and race side by side. I took Neil Hodgson when I was at Honda. He was a world champion road race guy, right? Never rode Supermoto. So we used to go to Adams once in a while. And so we had 2 bikes at Honda that were Jeremy McGrath's bikes, right? His Supermoto bikes. So Josh Hayes rode for Honda. Neil rode for Honda. Tommy and Nicky. And we went to Adams kart track over here at Riverside. Unbelievable I wish they had YouTube videos at that time of how those guys race and slid and this and that. It was just, I don't know, even for you, it didn't take a long time to pick it up, it seemed like.
No, it was, the interesting thing was watching how a dirt tracker or a road racer would attack a corner, right? Because they're kind of leaning in.
Yeah.
And all of us moto guys are foot out leaning, but you could make it work either way. And that was what was so neat about it, is you just wildly different styles. And I think the one thing they screwed up on was making the X Games a little too jumpy. Because the year Nicky came, and I want to say it was 2008, he ended up hurting his ankle trying to jump something because they had the full Supercross rhythm lane. I was like, this is kind of heavy.
I had Jürgen Kunzel, and I took him to the Indian kart track over here. Used to be.
I know what you're talking about.
Hamago. Jürgen from Germany, and little strong-headed, I had to say, right? So I brought him there, and we're riding on the Supermoto, the kart track and the motocross track right there, and we're getting ready for X Games. And I say, Jürgen, I got to teach you, do you know anything about the Bubba Scrub? Right? And he's like, Bubba Scrub, no. So I was like, okay, look. And I like got on the bike and I'm not going fast. You got to go up and, do like Bubba does, right? Because Jurgen's just going, it's just like
Sailing it.
flat landing it. And that hurts. Well, you got to do the Bubba scrub. So anyway, we're teaching them how to do that. So we go when they had the X Games at the Home Depot Center, and they had that huge, monster step up that
was a sketch.
only, the Supercross guys
Yeah, I think
could
Jeremy and Reed.
only really manage that, right?
Yeah.
So Jurgen on that press day, he's going up, case on top, case on bottom, everything. I'm like, Jurgen, you want to win this thing, you need to perfect this thing, right? He's like, okay, I got it. First lap, just up and then overjumped it, lands it, and just like this biggest piece of plywood goes into the skid plate and just wads himself up. And he's just like, that didn't go good. And we were looking at the bike. Part of the track, the plywood that they laid down is just wadded into this, ground into it. But yeah, that was like, those guys weren't ready for that,
I think Eddie Seal ate shit on that jump hard too.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah. Eddie was from England.
Yeah.
And he rode a Husky or something, I think.
I think he cased that thing and just flew to the bottom.
Yeah. No, that wasn't, I think the best one they had was Ben Bostrom won it at the Reno, was really, really good. They had a house frame section but anyway, Red Bull certainly supported that.
So what, in your opinion, I know it was a multitude of things. It was the housing crash of '08. I think that the AMA mismanaged some funds that Red Bull had paid for Supermoto that got kind of slid elsewhere. Do you remember hearing something about that?
A little bit, but the other part about that is in 2009, the AMA sold all the rights to racing to DMG, Daytona Motor Group.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so Daytona Motor Group, their main interest is, unfortunately, Daytona Motor Group main entrance through Edmonton was road racing. And they certainly did the best they could do to run that into the ground quickly. Fortunately, Supercross had, through Live Nation, I think at that time, had a contract, so they couldn't touch it. Coombs has put together a contract for the Outdoor National. MX Sports put a contract together with DMG, so it's all hands off. DMG's big interest was flat track and road racing. They own Supermoto rights and they own hill climb rights, but there was no one really to manage it, to push it forward.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, maybe it's the same thing, KTM with the Euros and stuff, because Honda was supporting. Troy had a nice program. And even Yamaha, Mitch Hansen came back with a Yamaha program with Doug Henry, the kid from Ohio won a number of chart cars.
That was Graves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, that's Graves?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Mitch ran the
HMC KTM program, right.
And there was even a Cowie race team with Robbie Horton at one point. There was a lot of, there was a Husky team, and I'm forgetting the kid's name, but man,
yeah,
it seemed like it was really growing, and then it just collapsed.
Yeah, and it really didn't take a big venue to put it on.
No,
where it was, but that happens once in a while.
Yeah, bummer. Okay, so from your KTM time, you went to Honda. How did that happen? You were over there, and you went to the road race.
Yeah, well, Chuck Miller, who I was kind of his mechanic at when he first rode Yamahas on the Baja. Chuck rode Baja in 6 days and had a great career. He went from Yamaha to Suzuki, then was at Honda, and in several different departments at Honda, and ended up replacing Gary Mathers for the racing manager. He had talked to me earlier in the year about coming over to their racing program for road racing. And I was like, back and forth. And then Rod Bush had passed away at KTM, and the feeling and things seemed to change a little bit, where Austria was going to start dictating more and more what was going to go on in American at U.S. KTM headquarters and stuff. So I finally just put together a program with Chuck, and it was essentially to oversee their road racing program, which was the two superbike riders, Miguel Duhamel and Jake Zemke, and then the Arian race team, which had 4 riders. Josh Hayes was one of them. Aaron Gilbert was another one. Chris Paris was one, but anyway. So anyway, that in October, November 2006, I moved over back to those guys. And when I got in there, we started talking about moving forward 2007, and the Suzukis had been dominating. I mean, Ben Spies and Matt Mladen just owned road racing, right? And you got champions like Miguel and Jake, and they're just, and Kawasaki, and they're just struggling. Yamaha wasn't participating at that time. So I got there and I was like, this is good. This is Honda road racing. Road racing in the United States was really, really strong at that point. Every manufacturer was participating, other than Yamaha at that time. But Ducati was in there, and there was a big field of factory programs, right? This is like, oh, this is really good. I get there and we start talking about next year, and then Chuck's like, oh, hey, by the way, we're talking about going to, they always used to go to HRC and build the bikes, like factory bikes, right? Which is pretty cool. Hey, we're not going to HRC this year. Our president, United States president, has kind of told HRC that we don't need them and we can be self-reliant and we can build our own competitive road race program here in-house in the United States. I'm like, thanks, Chuck. That's not really good, Yikes. So the biggest thing in road racing at that time and still today is electronics, right? I mean, you have so many sensors on a motorcycle that really makes life for a racer a lot easier. Before you had electronics, it was, Miguel Duhamel or Kenny Roberts or Eddie Lawson or whoever, Wayne Rainey or whoever. It was the feel of the throttle is kind of what controlled in the clutch of how you manipulated getting through a corner, right? With electronics, you just come in and hold it wide open, and let the brain, it tells you slip ratio between front wheel and rear wheel, and adjusts either through throttle opening or electronics or fuel mapping or whatever, how much you're gonna get, right? You may be saying I want to go wide open, but it's not going to tell you, right? And
it's finding the limit of traction. And
the other part about that, electronics is only good as your electronic engineer, flat out. So we became to get tasked with, like, we have to come up with a electronic package. And there's a handful of electronic packages. So our 2 crew chiefs that we had there and our testing guys, and it's like, okay, because the HRC one wasn't really going to be, it wasn't compatible in the world that we were racing with, right? So we just started trying us up, and I mean, it was a painful, costly trial of what we're going to do, because, we finally got to the point where it's like, okay, this one's not working, that one's not working, this one's not working. We've got to start going racing. Let's focus on Morelli. Let's hire a Morelli guy, like the Shell Answer guy. Like, okay, Morelli guy, come to the rescue. We don't know what the hell we're doing. We're trying, but there's too many parameters that, you just can't work with. So we did that, and I mean, if we weren't racing, we were testing. I mean, no matter what. And Miguel and Jake were frustrated. I mean, the Suzukis at that time outsmarted the AMA by having an electronic package that they couldn't disclose. The AMA couldn't figure out how they were doing it, but it was certainly something that you could hear it on the racetrack. You could see what those guys were doing that our guys weren't able to do, and that was, as a racer, I think that's pretty frustrating. I mean, they're trying their hardest, and, Matt and Ben are just walking away out of the corners. And so anyway, we battled that, and we failed miserably. I mean, it was a tough year because we were only racing possibly for third. I mean, for whatever reason, we had a race in Utah at Miller Motorsports Park because it's high elevation, and for whatever reason, our bikes just were dominant. We kicked ass. We won that race. It's the only race we won all year, but Whether the elevation equalized it out, I don't know. But I mean, we were good that first year and did okay, So anyway, we did that, and then in 2000, that was for a couple years, and then in 2009, when DMG bought the rights, we went to a production rule. So we had hired, we had Miguel and we had Neil. No, I'm sorry, we had, first year was Neil and Miguel. And then the second year that's 2008. In 2009, we went to the production rule. Honda decided to essentially step out of racing, but we had a contract with Neil Hudson. And so we went through, it was called a Corona Extra Team. It was with the way the bike was branded and stuff, but everything was built in-house at Honda.
And what happened there? Because really that was the fall of American road racing, was when Honda kind of said, we're out.
Well, it wasn't really Honda. It was really AMA. When they came in, we had a meeting with all the manufacturers after a test at Barber Motorsports Park. And the head guy at AMA came in and said, factories, we really don't need you. We really don't need your support. And you're like, I'm just a bystander in a sense, part of the program. You're like, what are you thinking? How can you say you don't need the manufacturers? There's factory teams, there's TV advertising, there's support team, there's contingency, just to name a few things, right? And so Ray Blanca, the head VP I think he's VP at Honda's like, you don't need us. You don't want to play. You want to play by production rules. We want to race World Superbike. We want some continuity across the board so we can go to HRC and go build us a factory road racer that's competitive in this arena, in this arena, and this arena, not a one-off part that's way too expensive for World Superbike that's not legal in AMA Superbike, right? So they did all that, and Ray Blank's like, we're not going to participate in that. And so actually in 2009 it was, that's when Yamaha reintroduced themselves with the new R1 into American road racing. And quite honestly, for us, with Neil, that was the most competitive we had ever been, because the Suzuki's, Matt and Ben had gone to World Superbike on Yamaha, so there was Matt and Tommy Hayden. They had to ride a production GSXR. Matt did not like riding a production bike. I mean, he had, his bikes had every single bell and whistle you could imagine, and he rode it to its full potential, right? The champion that he was. So, but now all of a sudden we're like, man, we're like competitive, right? And so we go to Daytona and we do really well. We were right on the podium and went to a test in Fontana, and Neil was really good. And then Neil loved riding motocross. Neil, was up at Hesperia at Sunrise riding one time, and on the last lap went around the track and guy fell in front of him. Neil crashed, punctured his lung and broke his dislocated. He just jacked himself up, and unfortunately, that was the end of us for that year.
Jeez. Yeah, that's their biggest nightmare. Like, those guys do like to moto, a lot of them. I see Josh Hayes all the time at the trails. Always
he loves riding moto. He does. Yeah, but I mean, that's unfortunately, that's part. It's hard. You're not going to ride on the street and test and get yourself on a
no.
What's amazing to me always, Ping, was how a guy could be sitting in the team room just kind of resting, just walk out to the grid, and do 180 miles an hour. I mean, they like, you don't go on a Supercross track at the very first lap and just like, I'm just balls out. I mean, you guys can go and do triples and all that stuff, right, pretty easily because it's routine.
Yeah.
But those guys, they do it, I mean, my hats off to them for what they do sometimes.
Yeah, it was like you talked about earlier. You're going to look at somebody in another discipline or other professional sport and just go, man, you guys are nuts. But that's what they've been doing forever, right? So you spent some time at Yamaha for that with Bostrom, Josh Hayes, Heron, Cam Bobier, JD Beach. tell me a little bit about road racing in America. So after that incident with AMA, I mean, it died here.
Yeah, it did. I mean, Yamaha did there. I compliment Yamaha and Keith McCarty and the group for continuing to strive, and Suzuki, Yoshimura, to keep it afloat. I mean, we were coming off with one-off events at Fontana and Sonoma, but there really wasn't a strong series, right? And so you just had this discipline that there was still interest, but no one really behind it backing, right? So come 2015, Wayne Rainey and the Grave Group, which is 3 other individuals, Richard Varner, Terry Garvis, and Chuck Ashvin, those guys put together this partnership to bring back road racing in the United States and looked at it. It's like, okay, Wayne's objective, I believe, is that they want to groom riders that they could be on competitive machines here and go anywhere else in the world and compete. So World Superbike rules and our rules are very similar, right?
Okay.
Their junior cups or other classes are all kind of in line with the big difference between us and guys on the other side of the pond is that they have spec tires of, one brand and Pirelli, and we do spec tires with Dunlop. And I don't think, there's always a little bit of difference, right? So when you see or you hear where Josh Hayes or Jake Gagne or Cam went and rode a World Superbike round, and you're like, God, how come these aren't as good? Well, one, those guys have been racing on those tires all year. They're on tracks and things that they're familiar with.
Right.
You're throwing a lot of variables, and also we want to be competitive. Give them a little bit of chance, I think you can do it. But those 4 individuals, they really have spearheaded a program with the manufacturers, even without the manufacturer's factory support, to put together competitive racing. And we raced last week at Road Atlanta. We had 6 classes that participated. And in one sense, I look at it just sometimes we're doing quantity and not quality for a show. But, the entries is healthy. For the entertainment value is nonstop. I mean, think about it. From 12:30 to 5 o'clock, there's racing going on the track.
Well, and that's kind of leading into my next question is what you're doing now, which is working for Road America, kind of VIP hospitality, that kind of stuff. So you're seeing it now, and can it come back? Like, well, where do these guys want to see it go? It's just a travesty that, if there is a young rider here that's really good, we don't have a series that prepares him or puts him on a platform to even be noticed at World Superbike or MotoGP.
Well, a couple of things on that. I think that we do have a transition with the way they set up from junior. We actually have a program called the Ovale Cup, which is 110 or 180 cc small bikes, 12-inch wheels, right?
Okay.
That race on shifter card Supermoto courts, right?
Okay.
And they have 8 or 10 races a year, right? So that's just like Loretta's or PW or a 60. It's kind of getting you the feeling and the parents involved to make this something I want to do, or I want to go ride a motocross bike or play baseball, right? So there is that. And then we have a junior cup, which is a 400 cc displacement that's moving people. And then, the rules and things have had to change because the manufacturers aren't selling the products that they used to sell 10 years ago. I mean, if you think about it, a 600 sport bike used to be one of the best selling bikes out there because of insurance costs, right? That's why they made it, I believe. Yamaha, Honda, Suzuki don't even make a 600 anymore. They don't even offer it to the consumers.
Oh, really?
Right. So now there's a 700 cc, and Kawasaki makes I think it's a 640, or I believe is what theirs is. So anyway, they've had to adjust the rules, and so to try to keep some parity in the rules itself, like the 600 class, you could race an 850 Ducati, and you could race a 660 this and this and that. Josh Hayes rides a 600 an R6, Yamaha R6, but the rules are based off of that Yamaha R6, power, performance, weight, and all that other stuff. So they adjust the rules, and it's pretty competitive, Superbike, there's bigger bikes, smaller bikes, and so through electronics and stuff, and this is all kind of coordinated really through World Superbike. So there is an organization sanctioning body that's trying to keep the playing field equal.
Okay.
And you have, like, we're American Superbike, right? England has a great Superbike program. Australia has a Superbike program. But then collectively, the premier of that is World Superbike, and then the premier of that is MotoGP.
Gotcha.
Where they want to go. So you can transition out. But what we're seeing, because of I think the circuits that we go, the way that the programs run, is that we're fighting more Europeans that are starting to come back to race in the United States, recognizing that this is some top quality racing in Superbike. This is where we want to be. And no different than any other program is that you could be the best rider. If you don't have a program behind you, you're not going to succeed in road racing. It's expensive, but you got to have a good electronics person, suspension, crew chief, the good support. Like Petrosi was, last year was phenomenal rider on a Ducati, but he was a kind of a hit and miss. He was circuits that he was new to, even though they went and tested. But you got to have that solid group of people behind you to understand that the road race we just had at Road Atlanta track circuit is much different than when we're going to go to Barber. What information do we have to start as a baseline at Barber? It probably won't be identical. Might be similar, but maybe not identical, right? And so you only get 3 practice sessions. You kind of got to get queued up to be ready to go.
Yeah. One of the things that's new to this, and it's exploding in popularity, is the bagger racing. And you and I talked a little bit off camera about this before. What's your thoughts on this? Where is this going to go? It is cool in that it's getting in other manufacturers, and I kind of look at it, when I watch some of these races, it reminds me of Happy Gilmore. Like you're bringing in this kind of...
No, that's the hooligans. The hooligans is Happy Gilmore. Roland Sands, I don't know what he goes, but he brings out a lot of riders, but who knows what's going to be on the track with the hooligans. But the baggers, I'm not a real big fan of cruisers, I never have been, just not. But they were kind of introduced, Rob Bidos, a guy that's really familiar with motocross and supercross, kind of had this idea. It's like, we can bring these guys in. And for a couple of years, I'm going, Rob, you don't want to put a bagger on. Like, that's not good, right? Slice, we can do this and that and all this stuff, right? So a couple of years ago, he put together a program with Wayne and talked to him. They introduced him at Laguna. The first bagger race was like the first Supermoto race. You had guys like Ben Bostrom, Eric Bostrom, and flat track guy and a dirt track guy. You're like, I don't care. I can ride a Harley bagger or Indian or whatever, So they're all participating in this thing. And it somewhat became exciting and somewhat interesting. The only thing that right now that I'm fearful of is that we're creating a package that's, I think the whole spirit of the role originally was going to be, let's get this Harley dealership and this Indian dealership, local guys, let's build them bikes and let them all participate, have a bunch of fun. Well, now you got essentially 5 bikes up front that are 2 factory Honda or 2 factory Harley Davidsons, 2 factory Indians, and a well-supported Vance and Hine team. There's a run of there. That's the race.
No one can keep up.
They're running. They just got deeper pockets. Yeah, right. And sometimes the racing is, it's exciting sometimes.
Yeah.
I think I told you, it's like we had Kyle Wyman, who is a superbike rider. He rides both at different times. But, at Daytona, he did 187 miles an hour on that bike on the front straightaway. And somebody asked him in the audience, is like, why are you going that fast? He's like, I don't really want to go that fast. It's just the draft. That's what pulled me in, and they got saddlebags. But those bikes are exotic. And, some people, the demographics now of the people that are rolling in on motorcycles, there's a lot of people that 2 years ago you wouldn't have seen.
Yeah.
And a lot of bikes that you wouldn't have seen. We do a fan lap. At Road Atlanta, we did a fan lap where people can pay $5 or $10 and all the money goes into air fence, just safety. There was 182 bikes that did a parade lap. And I want to say probably 60% were cruisers of some sort, So in one sense, it's good. How do we get a bigger depth of field? That's up to Chuck and those guys to figure out. Wayne, they're smart guys; they'll figure it out. But the sport is going. I mean, since COVID, camping has been through the roof because there was a way for people to get out. Before you were restricted to your house. People bought motorhomes and campers.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going out, and then they go out, and it's road racing is a long week. I mean, it's 3 days, so it's not like a Supercross or Motocross where it's one day you're in and out. People come in and they're camped. Yeah, nice evening. They do this, they do that, and so I don't know. Like Barber Motorsports Parks is where we go next, and it's like the Disneyland of motorsports parks for us. It's just perfect.
That's Alabama, right?
Yeah, it's outside of Birmingham.
Where do you see motorsports going, Slice? I mean, you've been a part of this from way back. From original 4 strokes to 2 strokes. Now we're back to 4 strokes. And here in California now, you can't even legally green or red sticker a dirt bike. They're talking about no internal combustion engines and motorcycles here by 2035.
Or weed whackers.
Yeah, of course, the weed whackers are blowers. Yeah. And you've got Honda and Yamaha shipping all of their companies off to Georgia and Florida.
It's without getting into politics,
which we're not going to get into. Okay. However, politics are what they are here in California,
and that's probably why, everything's going someplace else. I mean, all you got to do is look at, read the writing on the wall. I mean, it's pretty much what it is. I mean, do you think we will see them completely split and be out of here, or they'll just be sort of a satellite? I don't know. I can't speak for it.
I mean, Honda has a city block.
Honda's city block is only cars now, and they're a race shop. The motocross race shop is supposed to move out into Corona someplace. I mean, it's just there because it just happens. It's a massive facility. I mean, American Honda, it is a campus, right? Yeah. And for them to move up, but the guys I think they're in, I don't know, someplace in Georgia, but at Kennesaw or something, but, that's the cost of doing business. Yeah. How it is, American at Yamaha, it's a different world. It's not like it used to be, same as you were talking about Suzuki, it's like, how many people do we really need to do? And, since the COVID deal, a lot of people now work at home through computers and via Zoom calls and stuff like that. And I think that I just think that you can't deny that electronics, electric vehicles are going to move forward, right? And I just hate that. I think with technology, we almost created our own monster. Because years ago, you could buy a 125 for cheap. Yeah. Right? So I'm thinking about riding. It's cheap. What's a YZ450F now cost? 10 grand something? So yeah. I mean, I guess I'll go back to my son can manipulate this cell phone, everything on it like there's no tomorrow. All right. Well, first of all, it's the wrong brand, but anyway, he'll do it. I don't need all them bells and whistles. And we look at the people on street bikes, the R1. I mean, it's a limited production, and that's probably better that it's a limited production because maybe the diehard enthusiast wants to spend $20,000 or whatever it is for that bike, but the regular guy doesn't need that. The regular guy just could take an R1. You started racing motorcycles because it was fun. I would take it. Yeah. You got out the first time you throw your leg over a bike, you're going, crap, this is cool. I like this, I should get a helmet, goggles, and all that stuff, right? Yeah. So then there's that cost. What's a pair of boots cost now?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Right. So anyway, what I'm saying is that it's no difference than stick and ball sports. I mean, my kid used to play baseball. that was $110. Now it's $250. A pair of spikes was, $30. And now there's, you got to buy these. You got to buy the best shoes. So we are, in a sense, I think, pricing ourselves out of some of these entertainment things where people go, what's the entry fee for me to do this and have fun? And I think that, I'm not really aware. I mean, the e-bikes and like these guys and KTM and them that are introducing, those are great because in a sense, they're more urban friendly. People don't like noise. I played pickleball. Good at it too, just to let you know.
It's loud.
That's why they don't like it. Yeah. Too loud. Like, when you get old, you can't hear. That's why you got hearing aids, right? So it doesn't matter. But there's some things that there's people who are strange. What they used to accept, like listening to rock and roll, now you just want to listen to country music. It's like, yeah. But we are, in a sense, creature of habits. It's like all of a sudden they go, oh, can't do that. Can't have a lawnmower. You got to have electric. Like, it's only running for an hour. Let them cut the grass and get on the way.
Yeah, it's interesting times for sure. And I thought it was, given what's going on here in California, I mean, KTM says we are making internal combustion engines. Like, that won't stop. They've been very adamant about that. Mr. Pierre did an interview with a road race organization actually not long ago where he said as much. He's like, we'll produce electric products, but we're always going to produce gas-powered motorcycles. And I was kind of like, okay, good. I like to hear that.
Right.
But you just spent $55 million on a new facility in California where they aren't going to allow you to sell them. I would love to hear a response to that from somebody.
Yeah.
It's just, I ask folks that have been around the industry like yourself what you think, because it's pretty concerning to me.
Yeah. Again, I think it's the same thing, is that you don't have the regulations in the other 49 states that we have here, right? It started years and years ago. You got a California model, you got 49 state model. Like, really?
Yeah, it's like, I know.
And all that stuff. So
I tell you this, I hear from a lot of folks, and I'm not a hater of electric. I don't think it has the environmental benefits that they want to sell us that it does. But you talk to, like even James Stewart sponsoring that, a team in that electric series, he posts some people hate on it. People are not, in this sport, are not really accepting of, I can't tell you how many people I've heard go, if we go to electric bikes, I'm done.
Can't you think of, like, you look at the combustion engine has been around for over 100 years or so, and you you've worked through it, you understand it. It's improved through technology, but it's still a combustion engine. If you look at electronics, or electric vehicles, it's still relatively new. There's still the issues of where do they get the raw earth to build these batteries that they need? What are they going to do when all these batteries start going belly up? There's a lot of unknowns that, even they were making, you could buy pot legally now. 20 years from now, there may be some studies out there that might not be the best thing to do. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm not specialized in those areas. I would bet you Mr. Pierre, as smart as that man is, and is seeing what he built here in Temecula, has a pretty good understanding of, if that happens, what am I going to do? Right. But how could, it's the same thing. How are you going to have a test track? Or are you going to have to move everything? All your Supercross test tracks are still here. Or you have to move everything to Florida or whatever.
We're in for some changes, one way or the other, and it's super interesting to me. Like I said, I rode the Alta when it was in its final stages there before it went tits up. Fun bike. It's fun. I don't hate on them at all. I think, like, this Barg that's coming out, 80 or 70 horsepower, like, I'm interested. But there's no way it goes 40 minutes. I don't care what they say. Not at professional rider pace.
Right.
And now you got to sit there for 2.5 hours and wait for it to charge up.
Well, my question to you, ride that thing, being a racer, is that isn't sound a value on the racetrack?
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So I brought with me, I made like the first slicer shorty silencer for Mickey's bike, right? Because on the starting line, Mickey's like, hey, Slice, I need the RPM, but I can't hear it.
Yep.
Okay, I'll make you a louder silencer than the guy beside me, right? And going into the corner, you can hear the guy behind you. I don't know how you can race a full-blown, it's like you're on a downhill mountain bike ride, but at least on that part, you hear huffing and puffing of the guy behind you possibly, right?
Yeah.
So I've never ridden those or understood those things, but I do know through my own experiences that sound has a value.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, four strokes being so loud, I've started riding with earplugs. It's just kind of a new thing. A lot of guys are doing that. I see Tomac does it and quite a few of the riders.
Yeah.
And for me, I actually really enjoy it. It helps me kind of focus on just me. But exactly to your point, 2 days ago, I'm riding and I'm railing around this berm and I don't hear anything. And all of a sudden, a guy pokes in and I mean, we almost hit. I just missed his front wheel. And I was like, whoa, I didn't even hear him.
Yeah.
Now, if we're all on electric bikes that aren't making any noise, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Well,
They're going to have to make it have a hum or have a, you know, how when you back up a Tesla. Yeah.
Four cars and the spokes.
Yeah, put a beer can in the back. And, you know, like the Tesla, when you back that up, it sounds like a spaceship or whatever.
Yeah.
They're going to have to make some type of auditory sound for safety.
It's a known thing. I mean, I catch myself, you're walking through a parking lot, you don't really hear them coming through.
Yeah.
I mean, it's stealth, right? Good and bad.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, interesting stuff. We've taken up enough of your time, man. What a cool career you've been through. Last question we always ask everybody is how you want to be remembered in this sport. How would you answer that?
Well, that's a pretty good question, Ping. I don't know. I guess I hope I didn't piss too many people off, basically. You know, but I mean, I've been fortunate to have the support of my family, and you know, I've always said that I'm fortunate to work in, I think, one of the best industries in the world and meet some of the best people. I mean, there's camaraderie. It's like we went to the Trailblazers Museum or banquet a couple of weeks ago. I saw you there, and you know, you see people you haven't seen for 20 years, and it's just like you talk to them like you just talked to them yesterday.
Yeah,
you know, and there's people who have passed on, and you just remember the positive things of that, of what they did or how your relationship was with them, and that's all you could ask for. I mean, it is a family. You know, I looked at it, I'm been really fortunate. I have two families. I have my immediate family, and I have my motorsports family, and I look forward to seeing them both.
Yeah.
When I'm home for 4 months, I get cabin fever. I need to get out and go. I love going to Anaheim.
Yeah.
You know, you see Bevo and these guys that you haven't seen for a long time, you know, and it's like, you don't even have to reintroduce yourself, you know, because we're all in a sense seasoned guys. It's like, hey, Slice, what are you doing? This and that, or whatever. You still okay? You know, you get your hip replaced. Yeah, I got that done. You know, whatever new parts you get replaced. You know.
No, it is a bond. It's weird. Like you know, Sharon Richards. She's been I see her tomorrow. I'd give her a big hug, and she's like my moto mom.
Yeah.
You know. And there's like your crazy uncles and your weird in-laws and your
right.
But it's a family.
Yeah, I mean, it's what it is. I mean, and then some people are, I think they may be genuine good people, but they're sometimes in a role that they can't essentially be a genuine good person. You know, they got rules and boundaries, and like it or not, that's what you have to abide by. You know, it's like you know, driving on the street.
Yeah.
So,
well, you've sure worked with some of the absolute best in this sport. You know, it's fun to hear all the stories from JMB and Jeremy, and going back to RJ and Larry Rossler, man.
Yeah, I want to tell you one really quick, interesting story. This is with James Stewart. I remember when I first started at Kawasaki, we had a KX60, and they had different a different CDI, right? And so me and Big James go like head to head, round to round, good and bad. And he'd go, hey, Mr. Ron. He goes, Bubba's bike's like backfired, right? And so I said, and he's in Florida, I'm here in Irvine, right? So he's like, yeah, we're getting ready to go to some race. And he's like, yeah, he's backfired, bah, bah, bah. And I go, all right, James, do me a favor. Like, this is no cell phones, right? This is landline. Where's your test track? You know, where's James? He goes, it's right in the backyard. I said, okay, put your phone out there and let me hear it next time he comes around, right?
You're doing jetting.
Okay.
The phone.
Bah, 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 bah. I was like, okay. All right, James, let me tell you what I think. You know, it was just the funniest time. He's just like, you know, he wants to give it, just like any typical dad. He wants to give his kid every opportunity to do well. And if that bike needs to perform right, and they're going to this local race or whatever, he wants it to run right, and it's a Kawasaki, and it's our job to make it run right, right? But just funny, you know, how it is, and all those great people that you meet, you know, like I say, and I think that, lastly, I just wanted to say this, that particularly at Team Green, is that we have 100 riders, right? You have to figure out and understand, and I always told our crew and staff that, is that Ricky Carmichael may be the fastest kid out there this weekend, but this kid that's coming up on a Kawasaki, he's our number one priority, because to his parents and to him, we got to show him that we are going to give him everything he needs. And if he beats Ricky Carmichael on that day, so be it, right? But be genuine. Understanding is that we have to give them our utmost attention to give them the very best, because when they leave out of wherever they're at and they just put everything in on a credit card, if they had a great experience, they want to do it again.
Yeah.
Right. And that's always been my philosophy, no matter what. Is like, let's just try to be genuine and give these people the best opportunity to do the best they can. Right.
Well, I can tell you the couple times I've worked with you, you've always been just pro. It's been a lot of fun.
We try.
And one of my favorite people in the industry. So
thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming. Really appreciate you taking the time, Slicer. Stay tuned, everybody. We're going to be back to wrap up the show. Appreciate you guys sticking around.
I wanna be bad with you, girl, like we're robbing a bank. I wanna be mad at the world, like it took you away.
All right, folks, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate the support. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I want to thank Ron Heben for taking the time to come in. What a cool story, cool career. He's been through so many different places and positions, and to me, just really cool when a guy's worked with that many legendary mechanics and managers and riders. Just super interesting to me. Plus, like I said, our paths crossed a couple of different times throughout our career. So great guy, one of my favorites in the industry, and always smiling and always has a story for you. So hope you guys enjoyed it. As always, please support the folks that support us. Yamaha, SKDA, Method, Nihilo Concepts, all these guys have just stepped up so big to support this show and support what we're doing. All of them. We appreciate them so much. So please start with them if you're in the market for any of those products. And as always, stay tuned. We've got a lot more cool stuff coming. Check out our new off-road program over at whiskeythrottlemedia.com. If you are an off-road rider, you'll definitely enjoy that. And we've got a lot of cool stuff lined up for that. So stay tuned. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon. The Whiskey Throttle Show is brought to you by Yamaha. Join the Blue Crew today and take advantage of all that Yamaha has to offer, including amateur racing trackside support, awesome Yamaha contingency, Jason Rain's demos and instructional classes, and frankly, the most high-performing motorcycles available on the market today. Whether you're looking for a 4-stroke, a 2-stroke, a side-by-side, a quad, a boat, a generator, Yamaha prides themselves on absolute top-level quality and reliability. Rev your heart with Yamaha and join the Blue Crew today. Method Race Wheels, bringing you the lightest, strongest, fastest wheels in off-road for your truck, van, sprinter, UTV, or SUV. They've been dominating the Baja 500 and 1000 and every major off-road event around the world for years with high quality and performance. They also look amazing. They come in a bunch of different styles and colors for your rig, so check them out. You can get 20% off a set of wheels using our code Whiskey Throttle. No capitals, no spaces. 20% off using our code. Check them out. Troy Lee Designs is the leader in off-road motocross apparel and style. So whether you're looking for a cool new paint job for your helmet, maybe your name and number on your helmet lettered on, you're looking for new gear, you're looking for mountain bike gear, off-road gear, they've got the brand new Scout line and GP and SE models. Troy Lee Designs has it all. They've been leading this industry for decades, and they're going to continue to do it. Check out TroyLeeDesigns.com. SKDA is a moto graphics and seat covers company with several offices based around the globe. For too long, bikes and graphics have all looked the same. They just start to blend together. SKDA is working to change that. With super clean and unique design work, a bike with SKDA graphics stands out in a crowd and adds a touch of art to the world of moto. Hey, we need that. SKDA prides itself on providing premium customer service both before and after the sale is made. Visit SKDA online to view the current product range and get in touch with their team to get your bike refreshed. I want to just make a mention here that these guys, not only is their design way outside the box, very, very cool, they'll work with you on custom things. The products are incredible. Okay, they'll speak for themselves, but what's really awesome, and you'll notice this the minute you order one of these, man, they give you an email saying, hey, the product's been shipped. Hey, the product is here. It landed in this spot. Hey, it's coming today. Hey, your product's been delivered. They just so good about staying in touch with you and letting you know where it's at. Customer service is 100%, and that's just something that's rare these days. Check out SKDA. Here at the Whiskey Throttle Show, we're all about supporting brands that support our sport. And there's one tire company that has never walked away from the sport of motocross and supercross, and it's Dunlop. When times got tough and the economy took a crash, Dunlop stepped up and stayed with our sport to support it and the athletes and individuals that love it. Their MX-53 line and MX-33 lines absolutely dominate this sport. Every national championship at the pro level has been won in the last decade, and nearly every single amateur national championship at Loretta Lynn's has been won on a Dunlop. So if you're looking for high performance, you're looking for amazing quality, and you're looking to support a brand that never turns its back on our sport, there's only one choice for you, and it's Dunlop. Pro Circuit is the leader in aftermarket performance and quality. Whether you're looking for a little more horsepower out of your engine, some quality hard parts to improve the way your bike feels and looks, better handling through suspension or linkage arms, Pro Circuit is where you need to stop. It's your one-stop shop. You can go in there and get everything you need to make your motorcycle go from average to exceptional. Pro Circuit's got enough number one plates on their wall to side an entire home, and there's a reason for that. They're very, very good at what they do. The highest quality products with one goal in mind, and that's winning. Check out ProCircuit.com. Nihilo Concepts is leading the way in aftermarket hard parts. With their secondary on-switch device, something that was much needed in this sport, they've been innovating and bringing new products to market. Their latest is the new Nihilo Run Cool brake pistons. They're designed to be stronger than stock and provide exceptional cooling performance with less brake drag. Most OEM calipers pistons are made from aluminum that just can't hold up to the heat and extreme demands of serious racing. When they get hot, the aluminum will distort, causing loss of hydraulic pressure and brake failure. Nihilo's Run Cool pistons limit the area that boiling hot hydraulic fluid is able to come in contact with the piston, leaving 2/3 of the piston volume in open air with breather holes to enhance the cooling ability. It's made of a proprietary stainless blend, which is better at dissipating heat. You have issues with brake fade or brake failure, check out Nihilo Concepts among their many amazing hard parts and carbon fiber parts and titanium. NihiloConcepts.com. Seat Concepts is the leader in motorcycle saddles. If you're looking for a new cover or a new seat entirely, Seat Concepts is the place to go. They make custom seat foams catered to your height, weight, riding ability, riding type. They also have waterproof covers and foams that will not break down if you ride in a lot of inclement weather. And they pride themselves on being much more comfortable than OEM or any other aftermarket company. If you're looking for a new seat or a new cover, Seat Concepts, there's nothing better. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the Polaris RZR 800s. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the... If you've got a little Grom that's looking to get started in the motorcycle world, the best way to get them going is on a Stasic bike. They've got multiple sizes, so from your very young Groms to those who are a little more grown up, you can start them safely. They've got controls that allow you to control the speed so he can't get going too quick. They can touch the ground. There's not a lot of noise to distract them. It's the perfect way to get your child involved in motorcycling at a very young age. And if you've got a kid who's already out ripping, there's series popping up all over. For those of you in Southern California, go to www.ameminicross.com and join their local series. If you're outside of this state, contact your local track and ask them about starting a Stasic class at your local track. Get over to Stasic.com and check out all they've got going on. Motool USA, we lean hard on these lubricants to keep us on the track and on the trail. And Motul has proven their quality over and over, most recently with their Dakar win with Ricky Brabeck. They're sponsoring Supercross teams. They're diving into our sport again full throttle, and we're stoked to have them on board. Amazing products, top to bottom. Motul USA. Go check them out. And finally, last but not least, Specialized Bicycles. If you are in the market to start pedaling, this is where you want to start. They've got great entry-level bikes all the way up to the Cadillac, the new Levo e-bike, anything in between, man. It doesn't matter what kind of riding you're doing. Go check out and start with Specialized. Don't waste your time on something that's going to break. The derailler's not going to shift after a couple months. Get something quality. These guys make it. Specialized leads that industry.
Thanks for watching and listening to the Whiskey Throttle Show. Be sure to like and subscribe to get notified when new shows go up. And be sure to follow us on Instagram and TikTok. And visit whiskeythrottlemedia.com for additional content.